clash at Bowman Gray Stadium. Once again, getting the TV going. We are going to be doing the LCQ and the main event. They are not really separated by much, so we are going to be going straight from one stream into the next, all in one stream. For those of you guys who might be watching this afterwards, I will try and leave timestamps in the chat or in the comments afterwards. If somebody else gets to it first, I will make sure to pin them. But yeah, for anyone who happens to be watching this afterwards, I don't really know why someone will be watching this afterwards. But yeah, we've got the LCQ, which is a 75 lap event. We've got Josh Berry and Michael McDowell on the front row for the LCQ. Meanwhile, for the main event, it will be Hendrick Motorsports teammates Byron and Larson, 1-2. All right, let's get the TV fully turned on, but we are here and ready for this one. Turn the thing back on to mute because I was watching and listening to qualifying. Didn't get home till practice and qualifying was already well underway, so then I knew it was going to be an app, so there we go. So I wasn't sure how accurate my ability to watch would even be, so. Sorry about that, guys. But yeah, we are here, though, and we're ready for this one. Alright, so real quick, I'm just going to explain the layout, and it won't be there for ever, but over on this far side, obviously, as per usual, is our leaderboard. I played around with some stuff in the off-season. None of it ended up really kind of coming to fruition, so we're still on that. But the part over here is the starting lineup for the main event later tonight. We've got Kyle Larson, William Byron, Ty Gibbs being the top Toyota was a little surprising there, but so yeah, that is what the on-screen graphics are, and there is so we got some show on right now on Big Fox. We're about 10 minutes away from the green flag. I believe the green flag is scheduled for directly at the 33. So there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Hey, Trev, how's it going? Hope Chase Elliott can get number 2. Do you mean Clash win number 2? Because he is already in the main event and will be starting. I believe he's starting pretty deep in the main event field, if I'm not mistaken. I don't have the full starting lineup. Hey, Dominic, how's it going? Also, if I mispronounce the name, I apologize in advance, but yep. Let's see. We have the starting lineup for the. Hey, first check-in for the year. Let's go. Earn them points. All right, let's see. Lineup tracker. All right. Let's have. Okay, yeah, here we go. Here's qualifying order. So, Chase Elliott will start 11th in the main event. Yeah, he won it last year. Yep. There we go. When is green flag for the main race? Around 6 p.m. is the expected time, of course, because it's at the same track. It could run long if the LCQ, essentially think of this like the All-Star. I'm gonna probably end up referring to it as the Open at some point, but yeah, think of it similar to the All-Star Open and the All-Star race. But yeah, the projected starting position, the projected starting time is around 6 p.m. So it's a 75 laps at Bowman Gray. Should not take too long, but should being the operative word. But yeah, so we got Chase Elliott starting in the 11th position. Kyle Busch for any of the Kyle Busch fans in the chat, he'll roll off in the 13th position. Shane Van Gisbergen. I know I've had a lot of LCQ start should be in about 10 minutes. 4:30, 4:33 is what I've heard for the green flag time. Yeah, so as of right now, that is what I'm expecting. Right now they've got the Drew Barrymore show or something on Network Fox, so the race has not come on yet. Once we have some on screen stuff, I will keep you guys updated. But yeah, there we go. But yeah, so for the New Zealand fans, though, SVG did qualify on merit into the main event, and he will roll off from the 17th position. And Connor Zilic, the young American and the only rookie in the NASCAR Cup Series this year, will roll off from the 19th position, deep in the field. But he does qualify without having to go through the Open. Yep, there it is. Without having to go through the LCQ. And for any of the Hendrick Motorsports fans, Bowman does have the points provisional. So even if Bowman does nothing in the LCQ, he will still make it through as the 23rd and final spot. Although he is going to be rolling off from the, I believe, 5th position there. Yeah, Corey LaJoie will be driving car number 6 after Brad Keselowski broke his leg after slipping on some ice at a ski resort this offseason. So, did everyone do the NASCAR Fantasy? I don't believe NASCAR Fantasy is open for, they don't typically do a fantasy for the non-points events. I will be doing Fantasy Friday, though, I'm going to be bringing Fantasy Friday back for the Daytona 500, though. So we got a bunch of videos coming. But yeah, so as of right now, I don't even, according to Brad Keselowski himself, he doesn't even have his NASCAR license at the moment. Yeah, so again, according to Keselowski himself on Twitter, he said he hasn't yet renewed his NASCAR license for the upcoming season. When asked like if this race getting pushed back might open it up, but weeks ago he was ruled out for the Clash, but they've been leaving the door open that he might be back in time for the Daytona 500 next week. At this point, I am unsure if that actually happens or not, and I'm kind of curious as to who would be the replacement for that. Did I see they updated NASCAR Fantasy? I have not, because I have not been in the app much at all. Okay. All right, let's see if there's any notable. Yeah, so check back February 10th to set your driver. Okay, so the graphics of it are updated. I think the rules all looked pretty much the same. But yeah, we do have our own fantasy league, so if you guys want to go ahead and check that out. I believe the link to that should be in the description, but again, we're just getting. Let me just double check that. All right, stream settings. Yep, top link in the description should take you to our fantasy league. If that link does not work, let me go ahead and let me know so I can go ahead and update the link. But yeah, again, Brad Keselowski, the thought process is that he hasn't been ruled out yet for Daytona. Yep, Daytona 5th is going to be February 15th. The fantasy app, though, itself will be open on February 10th, so 5 days prior. So we'll have 5 days to go ahead and get our lineup set. So there we go. All of us rooting for Hamlin. After the offseason he had, which got worse today. In fact, there was a little bit of breaking news literally this afternoon. Let me pull that up. But, yep, rest in peace to Denny's dad, who tragically passed away in a fire at their home in North Carolina. But yeah, so from Bob Pockris earlier today, Denny Hamlin said he retore the shoulder that he had surgery on back in 2024 Um, after while going through the rubble at his parents' house. But he's also said he's not going for a surgery. So Denny Hamlin behind another 8 ball to start the year. I mean, that is just, man, that I hate it for him because he has had such a tough offseason. I mean, obviously the lawsuit went his way, but almost everything else is offseason. I mean, obviously the fire and the passing of his dad was the big one. His mom, I believe, is still recovering in the hospital, but again is in stable condition and appears to be improving, which is the only slight bright side. And speaking of the off season, because I saw some people talking about it, yeah, I mean it was a tragic off season. Yeah. Link doesn't show the league. Okay, let me go ahead and see if I can update it. But yeah. I mean obviously the yeah, as I was getting into though, the off season we had tragically, Greg Biffle, also former NASCAR Cup Series driver, passing away. We'll see all the Roush cars next week, in addition to the Colleague Racing number 16, all rocking that font. So, link does not show the league. Okay, let me go ahead and try it myself just to double check. But I can go ahead and update. I can definitely go ahead and try re-updating the link as well. Yeah, Michael Annette, another one that passed away this offseason. A lot of tragedy befell the NASCAR community. So there we go. Let's see. Top link. So yeah, so all the rules for the fantasy all appear to be the same. All right, yeah, let me see if I can go ahead and update that link. All right. But yeah, so again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. We got 38 people popping on in here for the preseason clash. I mean, hey, I'm happy that you guys are here spending a portion of your time here with us. Here we go. Guys. Stay in me just a minute to get through all this. All right, but yeah, we got ourselves hopefully a pretty good race upcoming. Again, 75 laps with a bunch of the say where the spotlight gets to shine on some of these other guys. Maybe an AJ Allmendinger or a Cody Ware could come rocketing through the field. All right. Go. Yep. Logging in. There we go. Save login info so I can do this quicker next time. All right, there we go. LCQ is live now. Again, as I hope McDowell makes it. I really hope so too. I would love to see Mike McDowell get there. If he wins the Open, will be absolutely. As I say, I've got Fox up. It's still at a commercial break at the moment. All right, come on. All right, let's try. I'm gonna try sending myself this link first before I update the chat. Let's see. Okay, NBA trade. I don't follow a whole lot of basketball, so I don't say. Outside like a little bit of Celtics and Cooper Flag, I really don't follow a whole lot. For those of you guys who don't know why, I might be fairly interested in in Cooper Flag. I am from the same as Cooper Flag. Actually, grew up about 25 minutes north of where I live. So there we go. Yep, we're all right. Here we go. There, as the TV is here again. They're showing the starting lineup for the Clash again. Byron and Larson locking down those front two spots. Joe Gibbs racing the next 4 spots, led by Ty Gibbs. I mean, that is insane. The Ty Gibbs got in. Daniel Suarez also the one of the only he and Host are both making it in for Spire Motorsports. Yep, yeah. Tony Stewart going to be racing a truck at Daytona. Dario Franchitti yesterday was making headlines as he will be running the number 1 for Tricon Garage at St. Petersburg. I mean that in that of itself is insane. So there we go. But yeah, so again, 75 laps. Green flag laps are the only ones that count. Top 2 drivers will advance to the main event. All right. So here we go. Again, Alex Bowman starting 5th in the LCQ. Again, he is already locked in no matter what he does. So he could theoretically start and park the LCQ event, and he would start 2 spots further back than he could possibly get if he races hard. But he avoids putting wear and tear on those tires. If I'm Bowman, I'm at least talking with my team and asking them if that's the smart option there. Looks like everyone's wanting to race in the trucks. Yeah, again, Dario Franchitti was a really big surprise for me. Because again, I remember his season or his career-ending injury in that season finale at Houston all those years ago. Denny Hamlin, I'm surprised he didn't take off a season. I mean, hey, for some people, and I obviously can't speak to Denny Hamlin's kind of mental state. For some people, getting back to work and taking their mind off of things is how they deal with things. But yep, Jimmy Johnson as well back in the truck. So here we go, getting ready to roll down to the green flag here. Again, Barry McDowell on the front row here. Lights are going to go off on the pace car this time by Corey LaJoie and Cindric in row 2. Row 3, Bowman and Herbst as we are here and ready for the first green flag of the NASCAR season. I do apologize for any delay. I am watching on YouTube TV, so sometimes my view is a bit delayed from other ones. Yeah, Denny Zabu wanted to continue. That's another good one. But yeah, here we go. Pace car is off, and there it is, coming to the green flag officially here. Green flag's out. We are racing here in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. And Micah McDowell from the top line drives it to the lead. And there is chaos behind as Austin Cindric and Corey LaJoie are going door to door behind Josh Berry. McDowell away with the lead here. Josh Berry into second. Again, the battle is for third between Corey LaJoie and Austin Cindric. Third place doesn't mean anything, though, in this race. Again, third place does not transfer. The top 2 spots are the only ones that transfer. But right now it is Cindric, and Cindric overcooks it a little bit. Runs LaJoie up the track, but there we go. Cindric will take over sole possession of third place. Meanwhile, Riley Herbst up to the 4th position. Looks like LaJoie and Allmendinger now side by side for the 5th position here as AJ Allmendinger trying to roll that top side of the track, and there's that momentum going around the outside of LaJoie, almost clear of LaJoie. LaJoie just barely sticking in there. No, he is going to lose out, and AJ Allmendinger is going to pull down in front of him. Oh! And Riley Herbst goes around right in front of Allmendinger. The 51 of Cody Ware spins as well, and we've got our first caution flag of the season. We also got Ty Dillon and looks like the 38 of Zane Smith also kind of stopped behind what looks like the 41 of Cole Custer, who appears to have had an issue. All right, so there we go. They did this one of a kind early because of the weather. Not a lot of people. Okay, I'm not really sure what you were trying to say there, Tater, but yeah, that was LaJoie just driving into the back bumper of AJ, into the back bumper of Riley Herbst, which just led to that absolute chain reaction there. I mean, again, LaJoie has not been in a car this quick pretty much at all in his career, so it's one of those things he's gonna have to learn. But all in all, I'm looking forward to seeing how he does. The season hasn't even started yet, and Herbst's already crashed. Well, again, to Herbst's credit, which if anyone has spent even a minute around this channel, you know I'm not really the one to go ahead and give Riley Herbst a whole lot of credit. This one was not on him. Again, LaJoie drove into the back of Allmendinger, who got sent into the back bumper of Herbst. It was just a chain reaction that Herbst ended up being the one to get spun around. But yeah, it is very ironic to see Riley Herbst already spun around. Bowman way further back. He's back in 14th place here. Burt Myers driving the number 50 car for AmeriVet Racing, I believe. All right, so there we go. All right, so again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Michael McDowell and Josh Berry getting. Oh no! What? Oh no! No! Michael McDowell beat the. He had such a good start. I didn't even think about it. But Michael McDowell beat the leader to the green flag and will now have to go to the rear of the field. Michael McDowell, a penalty there for, again, beating the leader to the green flag on the initial start. It is an obscure rule, but it is a rule, and I just completely forgot to even think about that when I saw him get such a good start. I was just like, yes, let's go. But now Michael McDowell gonna have to come from dead last on the field in order to try and overcome this and try and go for the win. Oh man, that is a killer there for McDowell. Again, the good thing is he wasn't in that crash, so he doesn't have damage and can at least attempt to try and move his way through the field. Problem is, quarter-mile racetracks like here or at the LA Memorial Coliseum, they are just really tough to make passes consistently, and to have to overcome a 17 position penalty. I mean, going from first all the way to 17th, that is not going to be an easy pass. So again, we're gonna have to watch, see if McDowell can overcome this one. But it makes sense, and it's a very common rule. But yeah, and if the leader has trouble on the start, there are times where they can look where in the past they have looked the other way. But it's a way to try and guarantee that the outside line doesn't jump the start. It's the same thing as if you jump the restart zone. Yeah, because in the restart zone, the leader restarts the race. So, again, sucks that happens, but they got the ruling right, which, again, as much as I hate it for McDowell, they did get the call is the correct one. Yeah, again, they have looked the other way when someone misses a shift in the past, but in that situation, again, McDowell got such a good start. They haven't shown the replay of the start, but I would not be shocked if McDowell was just on the gas too early. So there we go. Coming through the 3 and 4 to the restart zone. Green flag is out. And there it is. The green flag. 6 laps in here. AJ Allmendinger this time on the outside. Going to see if he can now get ahead of Josh Berry. Meanwhile, Josh Berry on the inside going to be going door to door trying to get by AJ Allmendinger. The 21 and the 16 door to door. Here comes John Hunter Nemechek into the conversation. AJ Allmendinger does clear the 21 of Berry, but that's not the storyline. Right now, we've got John Hunter Nemechek pounding on the back bumper of Josh Berry, looking to try and make a pass. We also have Ty Dillon sneaking in behind there as well, looking to try and make some moves here. And you got two of the front row motorsports cars here, the 34 and the 38, both knocking on the inside of Austin Cindric here. Cindric door to door now with the 34. And again, the only 2 spots that are going to matter in this race are spots 1 and 2. If you can get to second, you can advance yourself to the main event. And then who knows what can happen from there. Hey, weird kid, how's it going? All right, here we go again. John Hunter Nemechek. I would love to see Nemechek get into the All-Star, or not into the All-Star, into the Clash here. And again, first race of the season, it's always nice to see. Let's see, where's McDowell up to? McDowell has already passed 5 cars en route to the front of the field. He is now working his way past Noah Gragson. Corey LaJoie all over the back of Ty Dillon. Corey LaJoie sends Ty Dillon up the track. And there it is. Corey LaJoie makes that pass. Ty Dillon already on the attack trying to get him back. But Corey LaJoie up to the 4th position. And now Corey LaJoie sets his sights on spots 3. And more importantly, probably setting his sights on that number 2 car. Position number 2 of Josh Berry, not the number 2 car of Cindric. Figure I should specify that just in case of confusion. But there we go. Oh, the 66 of who's even in the 66? Chad Fincham there in the 66, having really having a lot of wheel lock problems, it appears. But again, right now, the battle for the lead is starting to tighten up. Here comes Josh Berry all over the back bumper of that 16 car. To the back bumper. Here it goes. Let's say Berry all over Allmendinger's back bumper. Now to the inside goes Berry. Allmendinger lets Berry, kind of concedes the spot to Berry, which in the long run might be a smart move. If it allows both of them to check out. But at least in the short term, the way I'm seeing it, if Allmendinger now gets caught by Nemechek, he is the one in position to go ahead and get bumped. But yeah, there goes McDowell. McDowell gets the pass on Noah Gragson here, and now he's starting to, and he picks off his former teammate there, Todd Gilliland, in the 34 car. And now he moves up into the 9th position. Let's go, McDowell, just tearing up the field. You can tell McDowell is ticked off that he ticked off the penalty. And yeah, he is driving like a man possessed right now. But yeah, we are just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. If you are, of course, enjoying the coverage, feel free to leave a like and subscribe if you guys are new. We will be doing this for nearly every single Cup race. I believe I am, at least as of right now, I think my schedule is that I'm going to be at 2 NASCAR Cup Series races. And they are both kind of out of the way, so I don't know if there will be any live coverage during the races, just because, again, the Wi-Fi feed at both Pocono and New Hampshire are not very strong. I might try on Truck or Xfinity race days, but during Cup, there's just going to be way too many people and way too little cell signal to get a strong stream. Yeah, there will definitely be content those weekends. It just won't be live, probably. Maybe a live pregame or pre-race stream or something, but I also will be bringing a friend to their first ever NASCAR event, and I'm gonna obviously be prioritizing their experience over content, at least to some extent. So if I can do both, I will absolutely try and do that. But yeah, if any of you guys happen to see me at the Pocono or New Hampshire race weekends, feel free to come and say hi. But yeah, again, we're just chilling out here, getting ready for the season. We are currently at a commercial break, so we don't have an eye on the track, which is kind of surprising. It's not a very long race, and you've already had a caution to throw commercial breaks in. I don't know if they have a halfway break or anything, but yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, come on, we're missing green flag racing for a ad break. Here we go, we're back. All right, they're back from the commercial break. The leaders are about to hit lap traffic. Barry and Allmendinger both closing in on some lap traffic. You've got the 42 of John Hunter Nemechek, who now has Corey LaJoie all over his rear bumper here, starting to put that pressure on. And again, that battle for third really doesn't matter a whole lot until AJ Allmendinger or Josh Berry end up dropping back to the pack. But again, at the moment, they are just carving their way through these lap cars, passing Riley Herbst at the moment. Michael McDowell still hasn't advanced past that ninth position. Again, it's one of those things that if we get another caution, it'll bunch the field back up, and McDowell will be able to pick off some more cars. But at the moment, he is going to have to really work to try and get around Eric Jones, who is a Cup Series winner and is not a driver to be taken overly lightly there. There we go. But yeah, again, Riley Herbst currently 14th place, one lap off the lead at the moment. Bowman will be the next car that they come up to lap. Again, I think Bowman, for the most part, is just pacing around here, trying to avoid getting damage to his car, but also trying to get some comp yellow. I don't know if there is a competition caution. If we did have one, there might be one around halfway, but I have not heard anything about a comp caution in the LCQ, so if we see one, obviously, we'll let you know, but as of right now, I'm not really seeing any active. They really say that McDowell's only passed 5 cars since the restart. He went from 17th to 9th. That's got to be more than 5 cars. But again, we've got the battle at the front of the field is kind of starting to string itself out a little bit, though. And yeah, here we go. Here's McDowell trying to get to the back bumper of the 43. Michael McDowell, car 71, doing everything he can to try and make up these positions. And Josh Berry to the back bumper of the 48. I remember back when there were rumors that Josh Berry could get that 48 car, because he was one of Junior's highly touted prospects, and obviously with and I remember hearing about that when when Johnson first left the 48. Obviously, that ended up going to Alex Bowman instead, but. There we go. All right, but yeah, again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. All right, so again, we've made it to lap 42. I don't believe we're going to see a comp yellow at this point in the race. I think if they were going to throw one, I think we would have already seen it, as we've gotten well past halfway here, down into the. At this point, making their way through this one. Nemechek is about a second and a half behind Allmendinger for that second position here. Yes, they did. So really, the 48 ended up going to Larson, but they again swapped around the numbers. Yeah, so Larson was the driver that they brought in, but specifically when people were talking about like the legacy of the 48, a lot of people were naming some of those, but yeah, you're right. That was the situation. And for whatever reason, it feels like there's always rumors about John Nemechek gets moved by Corey LaJoie. He's now drops from third place down to fifth as Austin Cindric also slides through. But yeah, that was during that one. But there's also just been constant rumors about Bowman getting bumped out of that seat, and I don't really understand why. I mean, is Bowman my favorite driver? No. Is he the biggest personality in the world? No, but that's also pretty on brand for Hendrick. I mean, most of Hendrick's drivers don't have the biggest of personalities, at least not in the outside of, I guess, Jimmy and obviously Jeff from the generation before. But a lot of their moves recently. Oh, we got the 34 car stopped on track there, and now he looks like he's going to get going again. Yeah, it looks like maybe a tire issue there for the 34 car. He's just gonna pull it behind the wall, and possibly the 34 of the 34 out of the race here. I don't think there's someone good enough for the 48. Yeah, that's basically that's the long and short of it. That's what I say every time I hear someone suggest, oh, Bowman should be out of the 48. It's like, okay, who that is available right now would be better in that car? Like, the only names I hear, it's like, okay, would Kyle Busch, would a 40-plus-year-old Kyle Busch be a better option than Bowman? I'm not convinced of that. Then it's like, okay, I think the one name I've heard that if Hendrick wants a bigger personality, and is willing to potentially take a PR risk because, obviously Hocevar has not had the best relation with drivers when it comes to wrecks, including the multiple incidents with Ricky Stenhouse last year. Yeah, but Hocevar would be maybe the only driver I would look at that might be available who is probably better or would be better in that car than Bowman. Again, Hocevar would probably be the only name I would list that I think would be good enough to get in that car and improve the performance. Like, neither of the Dillon brothers are going to do that. And then really when it comes to who else is available, I mean, maybe Reddick if Reddick's available. I mean, but we've seen Allgaier in the Cup Series. I mean, yeah, obviously we haven't seen him in the Hendrick car maybe. But at this point, I mean, Allgaier's no spring chicken, and I feel like he might just be more comfortable in the NASCAR. I think he might be more comfortable in the NASCAR Xfinity Series. Corey Day is way too raw of a prospect to be going and taking Bowman's ride. Now, if he has a solid season or two in the Trucks and Xfinity Series, I could maybe start to entertain the idea that Corey Day would make a jump up. But I think he would be similar to Eric Jones, where he does a year at maybe one of the other Chevy development teams in the Cup Series before being brought into the fold and upsetting one of the active drivers. And here we go, Corey LaJoie to the back bumper of AJ Allmendinger. Corey LaJoie is going to pass AJ Allmendinger for the position here. 14 laps to go, and Corey LaJoie takes over second place with a shot at transferring here. Now, Cindric right on his tailpipe here. Austin Cindric wants this spot just as well. Yeah, Corey Day when he's older, sure. I think there's a potential there. Again, it's just one of those things where I don't think there's someone that's currently available that would make a bigger immediate impact than leaving Bowman in place. So here we go again. Cindric all over the back bumper of the 6 again goes Cindric. He's starting to get very aggressive with trying to move the 6. Side by side, door to door. All right, so there we go. Yep, LaJoy up to second here. And there goes Austin Cindric around the outside to try and take second away. But Corey LaJoy, his inside, going door to door, slamming, going door to door here. Man, this is an awesome battle. Josh Berry is just driven away from this, but I'm going to say these two guys are going to either put on an amazing show or they're going to wreck each other, and Allmendinger is going to take advantage as Allmendinger lurks right behind Cindric. Now Cindric to the bottom of the racetrack trying to sneak his way by the 6. The same way the 6 was trying to sneak by him by going to the inside there. Again. But yeah, right now, again, Cindric versus LaJoy is an interesting battle here. Again, LaJoy on the outside is a really tough spot. What happened to McDowell? Yeah, for whatever reason, it seems like he just kind of stalled out in the middle of the run once the tires started to age. And yeah, he's now stuck in 11th place, 1 lap down. So, unfortunately, it seems like Michael McDowell just kind of, I don't know if he got stuck behind the 34 car when the 34 car was having that tire issue before he got off the track, but yeah, Michael McDowell definitely, he just kind of dropped back there. And oh, there goes Allmendinger getting to the back bumper of Cindric. 4 laps to go. Not a lot of time remaining. Allmendinger starting to realize that, hey, if you want to make it to the Clash main event here, you've got to find a way by both of these cars. Cindric and LaJoy. Currently 3 laps to go, battling door to door. Yeah, one of these 3 is going to get in. The other 2 are going to be going home a little bit earlier than expected here to North Carolina, which they're already in North Carolina, but you know what I mean. Heading down south to Florida for the Daytona 500. Josh Berry takes the white flag in the lead. Door to door, off the corner. White flag for the 2 and the 6. Cindric had the lead at the white flag. Here comes Berry. Berry will make the main event. To the bumper there, and Allmendinger shoves the 2 of Cindric through. Austin Cindric will be going to the main event along with Bowman, who will make it in on the points provisional. Corey LaJoy misses out. Was that a middle finger by LaJoy there, or was LaJoy just sticking his hand out the window there? But yeah, again, AJ Allmendinger, he had to take a shot at that one. Ultimately comes up a little bit short and ends up being 4th place there. But Josh Berry, he is going to the main event. Austin Cindric will be in the main event. So, and I say, Penske has a pretty good day here. And say the short flat tracks for the Penske cars, that's typically their bread and butter, and they proved it again today by they had 2 of their guys qualifying in on speed, and the other 2 raced their way in through the last chance qualifier. Again, Alex Bowman will be in as the 23rd and final car based on the points provisional. And there it is, Jones kind of pulling his car in right in front of the Legacy Motor Club and colleague haulers. And yeah, let's see a replay here of this one. Door to door, LaJoy and Cindric just dueling this one out. Again, Allmendinger knows this is the white flag. He has no other shot. If he doesn't make a move today, if he doesn't make a move now, he doesn't get to race tonight. And he makes a big bump, but ultimately the car has enough grip and the 2 car survives. What was a very big move there from Allmendinger and just not able to get there. Again, congratulations to both Cindric and Berry. I look forward to seeing what both of them can do from the back of the field in the All-Star main event in about 1 hour time here. We'll be live straight on through. We'll just talk some some other racing stuff. Maybe I'll bring in a friend or two, but to talk it with us. But at least as of right now, that is the plan. We are gonna just kind of hang out here for an hour while we wait for the Clash main event. Will Zilich win a Cup race this year? That is, that's obviously the question I think on a lot of people's mind. I am hesitant to say yes. I mean, he was toe to toe with he went toe to toe with SVG at a lot of the road courses last year in the a lot of the road courses in the Xfinity series. So that is that would definitely be something that would point towards yes. At the moment, I'm gonna say probably not. I think it'll take Zilich. I think Zilich will take a year to warm up to the Cup car, but after 1 year, I think he'll start to ratchet up some wins and some wins in quick fashion. Again, would I be shocked if Connor Zilich goes out there and wins a race this year? No. Alright, so there we go. At Coda or the Glen, yeah, at most one road course win. Yeah, again, if he wins, I would expect it to probably be a road course. I could see Watkins Glen. The problem with Coda is that Coda is so early in the Cup Series season. I mean, we saw it with SVG last year. That was the one road course race where he looked human at because he was still adjusting to the Cup car. I mean, that would be my one argument against that. Yeah. Now again, Watkins Glen later in the summer. Oh wait, no, they moved Watkins Glen to May. I think both of those races are going to be tough just because of how early in the season they are. I would actually say that one of his better shots to win might be something like a Sonoma or what even is the other? Oh yeah, San Diego. Wait, I just realized something with the NASCAR schedule. Give me 1 second, because obviously we had a bit of news that I talked about on the podcast that I'm on. Let's see. So Circuit of the Americas. Then we got Watkins Glen May 10th. Then we got Chicago Street Course, or not Chicago. We got San Diego Street Course and Sonoma. So we have no road course from July to November, the entire second half of the season. That is insane. Yes, the Alex Bowman. We already knew going into this one that he had the provisional that he would make it through on points, assuming he didn't finish inside the top 2. Thoughts about the chase format? Obviously, I did the stream when it first came out, but now that I've had some time to sit on it, again, I like the idea of rewarding consistency. I'm not a big fan of losing the Roval, mainly because, again, I think having a road course in the playoffs would be nice. And if the Roval ends up on a rotation, I'll be perfectly fine with it. Obviously, I've always been a bit more. I've spoken a lot better of the Roval than a lot of people, but yeah. With the Charlotte Road Course going away, you would now have 10 ovals in the chase. But all in all, I do like the fact that the chase format inspires, at least in theory, will be driven towards trying to will be driven towards trying to provide. Yeah, the Roval would help a lot of drivers, and I think it would balance. Well, not even SVG necessarily, but like I'm looking at like the guys like Larson or Blaney who have learned to do the road course racing stuff, and also have the ovals figured out. Because like, I mean, let's just be honest. I mean, I'm a big Allmendinger fan, but between the fact that Colleague Racing is running the Dodge program in the truck series, they're not going to be getting any help from Chevy. So Allmendinger is going to be largely irrelevant outside of road courses. Now, maybe that would at least give him a shot at a win. But if we're talking chase implications, I mean, I think your guys like Chase Elliott, I think, are going to be hurt by the fact that there's no road course in that final 10 race stretch. And your guys like Denny Hamlin probably absolutely love it because Denny Hamlin is pretty bad at the road courses, and well, this will help him out. So it's just something to keep an eye on. But all in all, I'm excited for the chase. I still have the same reservation that I had before, back when the announcement first came out, which is I am curious to see how the seeding points work in place of playoff points. Because like the one thing I did like about playoff points over the over kind of the seeding points that they have now is that the amount of gap you had to second, third, fourth place was based on merit and not just based on where you, and wasn't like a linear thing based on where you finish in the points. But on the contrary, there, it makes it simpler to follow. And for the most part, it shouldn't really change too much about it. So, all in all, again, it's one of those things I'm willing to wait and see how it works before I'm going to say, oh, yeah, we absolutely need to change this. And all in all, I'm certainly going into this season. I mean, I try to go into every season with a fairly positive frame of mind, but this season in particular, I'm really looking forward to it. And I'll be at the second to last race before the chase locks in at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. I'll be at that race 1 week before the Daytona regular season finale. So yeah, there we go. Three main competitors for this season for me are Larson, Briscoe, Hamlin. So I recorded the raw audio. I was too busy this past weekend to finish editing it, but I did do a preseason power rankings of my top 10, and I'm gonna try and do power rankings each week. So my top 10 drivers in order were Bell at number 1, Byron number 2, Denny Hamlin number 3, Kyle Larson I had down at 4. Now, obviously, defending champion, but I think 1 through 4, and honestly 1 through 5, I think are super close. I have Ryan Blaney at 5. I think any of those 5 could reasonably win both the 1 seed going into the chase and the championship at season's end. Then at 6, I have Briscoe. Because I do believe pretty heavily in the Toyotas. I think the Toyotas will continue to build on the momentum, although losing Chris Gabehart could cause some speed drop off, and we'll have to wait and see. Then we got then I had Buescher at 7, Chase Elliott at 8, Tyler Reddick was my 9th, and then Ryan Preece was my 10th and final driver that made it into my top 10. So those were my top 10. Obviously, you guys are very much entitled to have your own opinion as to what you guys think are. And I would actually love to hear what say. Let's see. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that in your 3 main competitors that you don't have Bell listed, because honestly, again, I said I have Bell as my number 1. I think Bell has the best shot at the. I would give Bell the best shot at both the regular season championship and the championship as a whole this year. Again, just looking at how great he's done at winning races and being able to stay consistent across a wide variety of tracks. Now, obviously, again, he's another one of those drivers that I think would be improved by having a road course in the chase, but obviously that's just one of those things that you just don't have. So again, we're about an hour away from the start of the clash at Bowman Gray Stadium, but we're gonna just keep hanging out here, chilling out. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. All right, so there we go. Right, let's see. All right, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Didn't you win the Roval in 2022? Yeah, I think that was your Bell won it. Yeah, I actually have my hat here because when I was doing the podcast for the when we were talking about the Roval news, I actually brought mine on. I was at the October 2023 Roval when AJ Allmendinger got the win at the Roval, so that was a pretty cool one. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, so first checkered flag of the season, though. We've I say the first race was a really good to start the year. Unfortunate that we had so much weather interference here. Let's see. But yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Wow, we still have 43 people hanging out in chat. Again, we are. We got that coming up here in about an hour. Yeah, it's actually now about 45 minutes away from the start of the race. Let me go ahead and grab something. I'll be right back, guys. So, some of you guys who have been here who have been around the channel a little bit longer than others might have seen this before, but yeah, I just wanted to show off my Carl Edwards helmet again. Yeah, I would love to have a spot in this room to put it on full display. It normally sits on top of a bookcase on the other side of the room, but we're working on still getting some stuff figured out. But yeah, I just wanted to show off this. I picked this up at Pocono the last time I went to Pocono, so looking forward to that. But yeah, I just wanted to go ahead and show off the Carl Edwards helmet from his Jogham's racing days. Unfortunately, there's a bar in there, so I can't actually put the helmet on. But there we go. And then for a minute, I'm gonna go ahead and hide away the results of the sorry, need the other thing hidden, the other graphic hidden away. There we go. And yeah, let's go ahead and also show off another cool thing. Oh, the leg. Come on. There we go. We got Kevin. Yeah, good old Kevin Harvick. He's normally over in just the corner of my room, but figured I'd move him into frame for this while we go ahead and break down the race. All right, so yeah, we're just chilling out though. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Feel free to let me know what are some of the cool NASCAR memorabilia you guys have, because there's so many interesting things. I've got friends who have tires of some of the cars. I know I've got a buddy who's trying to collect like the 3 foot by 5 foot flags of every NASCAR track. I helped him get New Hampshire because he didn't get one when he was up here for real. Because he hasn't been up here since he started this project. So, but yeah, so there we go. We got NASCAR Hall of Famer Kevin Harvick in the building. There we go. And they're just going ahead and giving all the cars that were in the LCQ a chance to try and cool the engines, so that Barry and Cindric aren't at a major disadvantage and instead are just at a minor one. All right, so there we go. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the Mobile One commercial where Harvick and Boyer danced. Yep. Yeah, I got that one from local bottle redemption place. They were just finishing up a Busch beer promotion, and my mom ended up going in there, and as they were taking it down, she ended up just asking if she could get the Kevin, and well, now I've got Kevin. So, yeah, that is definitely one of the cooler pieces of, certainly one of the more unique NASCAR things I've got. Yeah, but yeah. There's a lot of cool NASCAR collections out there. I've got friends who have the full Kyle Busch sweeps from his Bristol sweeps when he swept the Truck Xfinity and Cup races in the same weekend. Which, despite Larson's absolute best efforts the last couple of years, he has not been able to take that crown and one up Kyle Busch in that aspect. But yeah, that is a very funny set of circumstances there. But we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. We are sitting at 3284 on the subscriber count, jumping up the subscriber count a little bit here as we're getting into this first race of the season. I would love it if we could hit 5,000 by the end of the season. I don't know how realistic 5,000 is for subscriber count this year, but hey, go big or go home, and we're gonna try for it. So. Again, glad to have you guys all along for the ride here. There we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. So yeah, we are about 40 minutes away. Again, if you guys have any questions about the NASCAR season, want to hear my opinion on anything, feel free to let me know. But yeah, there we go. As much as I want a Busch win, talking about Kyle Busch, I don't know. Again, it's one of those things where I think Kyle Busch could still get it. The problem has been one, shooting himself in the foot on consistency, because he threw away so many races last year on speeding penalties or inconsistencies at Richard Childress Racing. But again, it's not one of those things where I think he's a guarantee to get it, but I still think that there's a good chance that he can get it, especially now that kind of consistency is what matters for the chase. So they're going to be putting everything into Austin Dillon's car to try and get him into the playoffs at Richmond. But yeah, as I say, luck definitely has quite a bit to do with it. There we go. They're doing a promo from Rams Race for the Seat. Hey, Robin, how's it going? All right, so there we go. Let's say the NASCAR IndyCar doubleheader at Phoenix is gonna be a interesting one. I gotta see what time that IndyCar race is at, because I'm definitely gonna be streaming that race. I just need to make sure if I need to request an extra day off to make sure I can do it. They don't have the start time announced. Why can we not get the start time? All right, it's on the 7th of March, which I believe is the Saturday, which would make sense. Yeah. Okay, and with it being a 7:30 start time, could they have a 2 or 3 o'clock start time on Saturday? I might need to request that day off if I want to be able to do that one. 2024 Darlington was his biggest chance, possibly. There we go. 4 p.m. for the IndyCar at Phoenix, because that's the race I'm referring to. Because the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, that's going to be something that is going to take some getting used to. But yeah, the O'Reilly Series race starts at 7:30, so I don't know what time that would mean for a potential start time for the Indy cars. I believe that would mean that IndyCar will be on track before 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. So yeah, it's just one of those things I hope that they announce sooner rather than later, so I can figure out if I'm gonna need to request that day off from work, so I can be here and streaming that race. But yeah, I love the IndyCar on a short oval. That was one of the races I was kind of circling as a race I wanted to go to in person. Ultimately, some of the pieces just didn't fit together, but yeah, again, I've got 2 races on my schedule for this year. I'm looking forward to both of them. But yeah, there we go. For O'Reilly, I have Allgaier for the championship. Yep. Yeah, Allgaier. That's the weird thing, is that there really isn't a lot. Say, like, you've got Allgaier at the top of that series, but then it's like, okay, there really isn't much for substance below that. Like, even looking at like last year's standings, you've got Jesse Love. He's still there. Allgaier. Wapple. Yeah, Brent Cruz is going to be an interesting one. Brandon Jones is still there. Hill, but it's like, okay, neither of these are really none of these guys are really sticking out to me. Taylor Gray could be an interesting one. Then you got Sammy Smith. Creed maybe can finally win a race. Mayer. Sanchez got kicked out of his ride. So it's like, okay, there really is I feel like there's a lack of top end talent in the Xfinity Series, or for what top end talent there is, they aren't in top equipment. I think the biggest downside though to the Xfinity Series this year, or O'Reilly Series this year, is the fact that we don't have Corey Heim full time. I mean, the Truck Series champion isn't going to be. The fact that the Truck Series champion from last year isn't racing full time in any of the 3 series and will not be going for any sort of championship is just a little bit sad. I mean, again, I'm glad to hear that he's got a Daytona 500 ride announced. That he'll be attempting to qualify for the Daytona 500 next week, and he does have some truck races planned, but again, it's not a full season, so there we go. Yeah, say Connor Zilic talking about doing go-kart racing. Yeah, as he was growing up, learning how to and working his way all the way up to the through the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, and now up to the Cup Series. Again, Zilic is the only rookie in Cup this year as well, so he will be your Cup Series Rookie of the Year by default. Yeah, Corey is Corey Day full time? I can't remember if he was full time. I think he might have gotten a full time opportunity. Another one is the fact that I believe Rajah Caruth got a full time opportunity in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series as well. So there are some interesting names, and there are some names that could kind of arise as a superstar. I just don't know if there's any real. I mean, there certainly isn't a Connor Zilic waiting in the wings where it's like, okay, realistically looking at the Cup and at the Cup Series teams that have O'Reilly Auto Parts teams, it's like, okay, none of these guys look like the kind of person who are gonna be in Cup next year. So, yeah, that's just kind of the one downside to kind of the O'Reilly series this year is that at least from an early perspective, it seems to be like, okay, we're about a year out from this being a really stacked field. So, yep. Yeah, we have got ourselves a very fast approaching speed week. Though we have again Daytona 500 time trials are on Wednesday night. Just like last year, we'll be here reacting to every single run. Okay, he's full time in the HMS number 17. Okay, it'll be interesting. Again, he's not one of those that I think will be in Cup. One, I don't think he's a guarantee to make it to Cup. Period. But I certainly don't think he's making it to Cup within the next, say, 2 years. Barring an absolute lightning storm, the way that Connor Zilic did, I don't really see a world where Corey Day is knocking on the door of the Cup Series within the next 2 to 3 years. And I would love to be proven wrong. Anytime I'm talking negative about a driver, I absolutely look forward to being proven wrong because if these drivers can prove me wrong, I mean, I don't have an ego. I will absolutely I will love the fact that they will prove me wrong. And I'll say the Truck Series field is going to be wide open based on the fact that Corey Heim is not there to scoop up 12 wins in 25 races. I mean, that is just an insane amount of races to go ahead and get. And yeah, Connor Zilic preparing for rookie season. They're talking about that right now as well. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if I had to take a pick for the O'Reillys, for the O'Reilly and the Truck Series championships right now, I'd hazard a guess that I think Allgaier is going to be really good. I think Allgaier gets the O'Reilly championship. Although I could see an Austin Hill potentially putting on a charge if he can just figure out what the word consistency means. Then you've got the Truck Series where I think it's going to be Lane Riggs versus Caden Honeycutt, and maybe one of the Thor Sport cars gets into the mix as well, like a Ty Majeski, because their specialty I feel like has been consistency, and they just haven't been winning as much. So, but yeah, I would probably lean towards Lane Riggs in the Truck Series. Yeah, Majeski, Ankrum, Caruth, Honeycutt, and Friesen. Again, I think. Well, first off, I think you have to have Lane Riggs in that conversation. But yeah, I think honestly, I think you could probably narrow it down to and Caruth, I believe, is full time O'Reilly. I believe he got moved up to the 88 full time, if I'm not mistaken. I believe he got moved up. There we go. But yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. We still got 28 people hanging out in chat. Again, we are about 30 minutes away from the start of the Cup Series race here. Also, it's not NASCAR related, but obviously, this week is also very big for the New England community, which I am part of, as the New England Patriots will be going for the Super Bowl over in the football world. As I know I talked about doing it, I didn't end up covering much. I didn't end up covering a single one of the games in the off season for the NFL, but just got busy with other things away from the computer. So, but we're back. We're recharged. We're ready for the we're ready for the big race. But yeah, I'm looking forward though. Again, we got the Patriots and Seahawks. Should be a good game. I am probably leaning towards. I think the Seahawks probably have the advantage, although I'm certainly not ruling out a charge from the Patriots, especially with the amount of people counting them out. All right, so there we go. All right, we are just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. And I say there will be a post-race video coming out probably tomorrow, breaking down this race. I'm gonna record it right after. I'm gonna try and get into the habit of recording those right after the Cup races. But again, with some of these night races, it'll be a little bit tougher, and some of those will just have to get bumped to the day after. But yeah. All right, so there we go. Excited to see what Butterbean can do in trucks. I'm really excited for that too. Yeah. Yeah, he's in what, the fourth? No, he's in the 12 truck. Yeah, full time. I remember because I was really disappointed with the number reveal because I was hoping that maybe he would get the 25 or a number that maybe he'd be able to keep with him. Like, yeah, because there's no 14 in the Cup Series right now, is there? I don't think the 14's been in use since Stewart Haas gave it up. So, yeah, I was kind of hoping that maybe there'd be a world where he could keep the same number and build a true legacy in a number, the way that other drivers in the past have done it, like William Byron building up the legacy in the 9, although obviously Chase Elliott did that first. It was Chase Elliott who kind of built up the 9, and then Byron took it, I guess. Although that was always a weird thing, the fact that Byron had the 9 at Kyle Busch Motorsports. That is something I would have to go back and look at some of the social media from posts from back in the day. But why did like when Byron was at Kyle Busch Motorsports, why was he running the Hendrick Motorsports number 9 font? Yeah, because that feels very weird, kind of thinking back about it. All right, so there we go. We're about 25 minutes away from the start of this one. There we go. Isn't the 14 the open seat? I believe the 14 is the free agent truck. Yeah, that's the one that they're doing the race for the seat. Will be piloting. Yeah, because Tony Stewart is going to be in the 25 truck, which feels very weird because again, 14 would be very much in Stewart's wheelhouse. But yeah, I believe 14 is going to be the number for them. But yeah, again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. I am going to really quickly go run and get some water, and I will be right back. And then we should be pretty close to the start of the race. Kevin back in the corner. Sorry about that. We are back. Could have done the 20 for Stewart. Yeah, they could have. Again, that truck wasn't being done specifically for Stewart. Stewart just happens to be obviously the biggest name announced for it. But yeah, there we go. 19 minutes till the clash. Yep, I got talking upstairs with my parents who were home finally from work, so got to talk with them a little bit about the clash while I was filling up my water bottle. But we are here, and we are going to be going straight through to the clash at Bowman Gray Stadium. All right, so welcome on in. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. We got everything all set up. Let's get this lined up, and then we will be good to go. Wow, I actually got the alignment perfect. That is insane that I've managed to do that from memory, considering I've been out of this thing for a while. So here we go. Again, the clash at Bowman Gray Stadium. A classic NASCAR short track. I do have it on fairly good authority from a friend of mine that there's significant rumors going around that the clash will not be at Bowman Gray next year, and that instead it could potentially be starting to rotate around to other tracks that are in partnership with the grassroots racing, with NASCAR's grassroots racing outreach. So, we could start to see the clash rotate around to some different venues. I am really curious to hear what some of those are. I think, again, obviously, in light of what was going on here, I think a lot of I was actually interested in the idea of maybe moving this to, say, Five Flag Speedway in Pensacola, being a one of the that, or maybe even New Smyrna being a track to maybe visit. Which, if we're gonna move the clash, those would be two tracks I would be listing at least as options. But obviously, at least as of right now, I think Bowman Gray isn't bad. Again, it's just really tight, which does not create for a whole lot of passing opportunities. And really, your only passing opportunities are to run somebody significantly out of the way. All right, there we go. All right, so there we go. They're just talking with everybody. Again, we're getting ready for this one. Do they have more horsepower here? Yes, they do have 750 horsepower. I believe they will have that at all the non super speedway races. I believe so. 750 horsepower is on tap tonight. Wow, Joe Logano, the first of the Penske cars in 15th. I didn't realize Blaney qualified that poorly. 1 second. Where did Blaney end up qualifying? If Logano was the best in 14 or in 15th? Okay, right. Okay, so Logano in 14th, Blaney in 16th is the qualifying order there. Yeah, and Connors Village and SVG both making it in is pretty cool. All right, so there we go. I do believe we have a. I'm about 99% sure we have a comp caution right around the middle of, around the midway point, around lap 100. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that. But outside of that, I think we are pretty much ready to go racing here. All right, let's see. Below 1.5 miles. Okay, yeah, below 1.5 mile tracks. Okay, yeah. All right, there we go. More surprised how Gibbs was the fastest JGR car. Well, if we pull up my numbers, because I actually included the lap speeds with them, the Gibbs cars were 0.009, 0.10, or 0.010, 0.013, and 0.014. So there was a 5/100th of them, 5/100ths of a second between Ty Gibbs's lap and Denny Hamlin's lap. Literally half a tenth, or sorry, half of a 100th of a second between them. I mean, that is absolutely just one right on top of the other, on top of the other, on top of the other. I mean, it is extremely hard to process just how fast a 100th of a second is, let alone what half of a 100th of a second is. But yeah, there we go. Ooh. That's not good. Yeah, Bubba Wallace also, he was only, he was right in that bunch too, 0.016 there. All right, so there we go. Yeah, we're just chilling out here, getting ready for the start of the clash at Bowman Gray Stadium. Here we go. Really thought Reddick would be a bit higher. Yeah, Reddick's never really been. Yeah, Reddick's never really been the short track ace that some of the other Toyota drivers like Bell or Hamlin have been. And obviously, he's coming off of a somewhat down year where he didn't win a race. There we go. Again, we are chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. We got all that all set. There we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Also, if you guys would like to hear me talk more about NASCAR, which I already do a lot on this channel, but if you guys want to hear more of it, feel free to check out the Lap Down podcast over on the Handed Down Sports YouTube channel. Link to that should be in the description. Let me check and make sure that is the updated link, because that one I know the link changed in the off season. Yep. Okay, I do not have the updated link in there, so let me go ahead and update that one real quick. let me pull up. I gotta pull up the link real quick. Yeah, we are here and ready for this one. Let's see. All right, there we go. Got the description updated. So if you guys refresh, the bottom link should take you to the Handed Down Sports page where me and a bunch of my friends, Greg and others who put together the Lap Down podcast. I believe those are either Monday or Tuesday nights. We do those live over there, so feel free to check that out. But it's just a quick promo there, and we are here and ready for this one. Welcome on in. We got 17 people popping on in here, getting ready. Again, we're starting to build up, get ready for this race. Only about 6 minutes away. They're rolling Chase Elliott's car towards the grid to go get it started. And we are set up and ready for this one. Welcome on in. So Ross Chastain there. Best finish in the Clash was a 6th place finish last year. Starts from the 9th position. We'll have a little bit of work to do. All right, so there we go. All right, so there we go. They're just talking with all these drivers, getting everything all ready to go. Again, we're just, as I say, the season, as I say, some of the things I'm a little worried about going into the season. I think the biggest one I'm probably worried about is, I don't know how I feel about Watkins Glen on Mother's Day weekend. I mean, it just feels way too early in the year for Watkins Glen. I'm used to Watkins Glen being a late summer or early fall event, and the weather is almost always perfect. Pretty excited for the season of Turning Left. Hey, and right, we've got 4 road courses on the schedule still. Circuit of the Americas in week 3. Then we got Watkins Glen in May. And then we got back-to-back ones at San Diego and Sonoma to round out the month of June. So, yeah, we should be set up and ready for that one, though. But yeah, I'm excited for the Daytona 500 again. We'll be streaming qualifying, the single car qualifying on a week from tonight. We'll be streaming the dual races on Thursday. We'll be streaming the truck race on Friday night. We'll be streaming the Xfinity Series race on Saturday night, or on Saturday afternoon, and then we will be streaming the Daytona 500 on February 15th. 2026 should be a good one. Hopefully you guys are excited. Again, we have a very full season ahead of us as we get ready to go ahead and take on Daytona, which is looming large here. All right, there's Shane Van Gisbergen leading the charge with his car out to the 17th starting spot on the grid. All right, there we go. ARCA race. What time is the ARCA race at? Because that will be the determining factor. Usually the ARCA race is too early in the day when I don't take. Because a couple years ago when I did the ARCA race at Daytona, I took that whole week off of work to try and commit to the content, and as It's just not something I can do every single year, especially when I want to save up vacation time for the trips to the two racetracks. Yeah, we are getting ready for the start of the Clash. So let me see what the ARCA schedule is for Daytona. I believe it's probably a noon start. So ARCA Menard Series schedule, Feb 14, race info. Yep, noon start time. So I won't be home until probably after the ARCA race is all done. So yeah, unfortunately, I won't be able to take part. I won't be able to stream the ARCA race, unfortunately. So you gotta work, they gotta pay the bills. But yep. So again, we are just getting ready for the start of this one. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Busher, the only Ford to qualify inside the top 10. Kind of interesting, and I had him as my second best Ford to enter the year, so definitely an interesting one there. But yeah, I had Chris Buescher as my seventh best driver to enter the season, so feeling at least a little vindicated the fact that he again qualified on speed up into the 8th position. So not bad at all. You know, we're getting ready for racing though. But yeah, so yeah, again, we'll be here though for pretty much every race of Speed Weeks outside of ARCA. Then we got um, then we got Atlanta the following weekend. I believe is that a triple header too? Let's see. Uh, yes, that is a triple header. I will not be home for trucks, but I will be live for Xfinity and Cup. Yeah, for the Atlanta Motor Speedway race. February 21st, 5 p.m. for the Xfinity Series, and then 3 p.m. on Sunday for the Cup Series on February 22nd. There we go. Again, we should be getting ready for the Clash, the NASCAR season, after a long snow delay after Snowmageddon or coming through the South last year. It was a mess, but say we persevered and we have made it once again back to the Clash at Bowman Gray and ready for the start of yet another great racing season ahead. Showing off some of the best moments from last year. Byron winning the Daytona 500 for the second year in a row. He'll be looking for 3 straight a week from Sunday. And I say a bunch of the big crashes at Daytona. Yeah, there's Chase Elliott doing his burnout 1 year ago. And yep, there it is. The Clash at Bowman Gray Stadium. We're here. We're ready. Welcome on in. Hey, Bobby, how's it going? Yep, Coda's after Atlanta. Yep. And that one is a triple header. That one's another triple header with double Saturday races. So I will not be able to. Oh wait, no, that's not a double. That's only 2 races. There's no truck race at Circuit of the Americas. It's just Cup and Xfinity, and I will be able to stream both. So there we go. All right, yeah, we are here. We are ready for this one. The crowd on their feet as we are approaching the start of this race. Josh Sims and Jamie McMurray in the like Hollywood Hotel type thing. I don't know what they call it now. I know the Hollywood Hotel got retired years ago, but yeah. All right, so there we go. We are just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. go. Isn't it St. Petersburg for trucks? Is that weekend? Oh yeah, that is. Yeah, that is the same weekend. So yeah, St. Petersburg for trucks. I will not be home in time for that race. Dang it. And let's say if I'm home in time for the yeah, that's on Saturday too. So go again. The talking about the people who advance from the things. Yeah. A lot of the noon start times aren't bad, but man, is it annoying when you get out of work and it's like, yep, the race is gonna be 2/3 over by the time I'm home. So yep, there we go. Alright, so so they got a bunch of kind of drivers answering questions from media day about Bowman Gray. And yeah, I mean, my biggest problem with Bowman Gray and the stadium concept in general is that it's such a tight situation that really outside of wrecking the person in front of you, it's very hard to move forward. And there we go. Yep, watching Ty Gibbs nearly doing a flip there as he ran into the side of I believe that was Cindric's car. Yeah, from 1 year ago. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this. It should be a fun week. So we should have some fun weeks ahead. I'd say even Easter weekend we have some other ones, but yep. Ty Gibbs starting in the third position. Carson Hocevar got his way in. We'll be starting in the 12th position for the class year, and of course that's going to be a long ways off. All right, you might go. All right. Well, hey, have a great night, Dominic. All right, so here we go. Again, we've got ourselves. We should hopefully have the race here shortly. Just waiting for this one to go green flag racing again. All the drivers still have the cars. We got pre-race ceremonies ahead. Bob's Discount Furniture on the number 11 tonight. Yeah, it's so weird seeing Denny Hamlin with someone other than FedEx on the car. I mean, obviously, FedEx hasn't been his full season sponsor for at least a little while, but all right, yeah, hey, I'll have fun. And hey, enjoy the race. So here we go. Again, we got let's say people showing off Chase Elliott's paint scheme. I actually quite like this paint scheme. I'm not usually the biggest fan when white is used as a primary or a base color in that way, but I think it's worked out pretty well, and in that specific situation, I would like to see what a more blue dominated car looked like for him, but all in all, I don't think the white kills it. All right, go Hamlin. Sorry, words nobody was saying until Hamlin started the lawsuit last year because a lot of people were on team anyone but Hamlin there. All right, we got pre-race ceremonies underway, and then we will have green flag racing. Yep, there's the Biff logos. Greg Biffle and family after a tragic offseason. Obviously, the loss of Michael and Nat, along with Denny's father, Dennis Hamlin, a lot of losses off season. A really hard off season for everybody in and around the NASCAR garage, and yeah, just lots of thoughts and prayers going out. But yeah, a lot. It was a long off season, and yep, there's the invocation. For the invocation and the national anthem. Obviously, I can't just say I can't play the national anthem on the stream for copyright reasons, but go. All right, here we go. Yeah, it's man, feels like it's been a long day. It's been a long several days as we've been just kind of waiting this one out. There we go. Invitation's done. Now time for the national anthem. Man. All right, welcome on in. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. We are just chilling out here, waiting for the working their way through pre-race ceremonies. But yeah, we got ourselves a really good race ahead of us. Should be a good one. Larson versus Byron at the front of the field, though. That's gonna be a thrilling opening lap. Oh, one of my friends already texted me saying the anthem's awful. I will have to re-listen to it afterwards to know for sure. There we go. Missed the good old NASCAR. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to a classic season where consistency is on there. But yeah, there we go. One of my buddies just said, "I think I've been arrested by that, or I've been pulled over by that officer before." That's hilarious. Oh yeah, an amazing season upcoming. I'm stoked. This Cup Series season, I think, is going to be one of the best in recent memory, which is good. And say it's a weird one because, again, as I mentioned, between the O'Reilly series and even the trucks, outside of Corey Heim, I don't really see too much growth for the Cup Series in the coming years. And obviously, if Ram comes to the Cup Series, that could change some things if they end up bringing one of their drivers up. But at least on the very near future for like 2025, for 2026 and 2027, I think we're pretty much locked into the cast that we have here. Oh yeah, absolutely. I hope this season's great. I was actually talking with a friend of mine at work today. We were talking about who we would be rooting for to win the Daytona 500. I want to see the 16 go ahead and get that one. I want to see AJ Allmendinger carry that Biff number 16 into victory lane. I think that would obviously that would pull at a lot of the heartstrings, and yeah. But yeah, there we go. All right, we are chilling here. So they're going through one last last commercial, and then we should be ready for drivers start your engines and the green flag, hopefully. Maybe they'll already be rolling. But yeah, again, 6:15 already as we are coming up on the start of this one. Man. All right, 200 laps of racing here. It's going to be a long one. All right, there we go. Yeah, Cletus McFarland in the ARCA race. Yep. Yeah, I'm still not convinced that he's gonna he'll end up being anything more than just an entertaining driver. Now, yeah, again, he is absolutely he brings a great personality to the sport. I just don't know if there's enough raw talent there for him to really make much of an impact beyond ARCA. I mean, yeah, he's bringing a lot of attention to the ARCA series. It's just one of those things where I hope that it carries over with some real results here shortly. Hey, Dave, how's it going? All right, yep, we're just popping in here. All right, so we already had a really good opening. We had the LCQ about an hour and a half ago, where Josh Berry and Austin Cindric were able to race their way through the open or through the LCQ, and Alex Bowman got in through the provisional. So there we go. Yeah, Danica Patrick type, and that's one of those things where it's like, I just hope that there's some real talent beneath that, because again, if he can bring some halfway decent talent, I mean, I'm even just saying, like, if he can just bring, like, not to try and belittle too many drivers, but if he can just bring like a Clint Boyer to trying to think of or even like an AJ Allmendinger level of talent, just kind of can nail some top 15s, some top 10s, and avoid being just the laughing stock of the league would be good there. But yep, there you go. But yeah, he will definitely get opportunities though. Ugh. All right, come on. Man, I feel like we've been itching here for a little while here. And 12 people at the race. Well, again, the temperatures down there have been absolutely chilly for North Carolina averages here. But yeah, we're getting ready for this one. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. We're getting ready. It's hard to keep. They've got a long intro from the Grand Marshals here. I'm just kind of waiting for all this to kind of cycle through here. All right, so there we go. Yep, there we go. Drivers, start your engines, and again, Larson Byron front row, Gibbs and Briscoe row 2. Row 3, we got Bell Hamlin. Then we got Wallace Busher row 4. Row 5, Chastain Reddick. Row 6, Elliott and Hocevar. That should be a fun row. I can't wait to see what Hocevar does with the limitations of the quarter-mile short track. Then we got Kyle Busch and Joey Logano sharing a row. Joey Logano not wearing the wig, and instead will be going ahead and just rocking the bald look, which looks extremely goofy, not going to lie. Austin Dillon and Blaney, row 8. Row 9, SVG qualified on speed, along with Ryan Preece, Connor Zilich, and Daniel Suarez, rounding out your drivers who qualified on speed here. Oh, yeah, get the popcorn, get the drinks, and get ready for a new season of NASCAR. Oh, yeah, we're getting ready. We're moments away. Man, I am so excited for the new season of NASCAR. It has been a long off season between all the legal stuff in December and everything that's happened since then. All right, so they're talking about the slightly bigger tapered spacer here to try and allow for more horsepower. Talking about some of those changes, and yeah, again, so they're going with 80 more horsepower, which supposedly will increase to about 5 extra miles an hour on the straightaway speed, which should be a pretty good. Again, should produce some good racing. As they certainly made for some interesting runs in the LCQ a few minutes ago. All right, so there we go, and yep, there we go. All right, so you just started pacing, but yeah, they're just showing off some of the highlights from the LCQ. You got Josh Berry looking to try and move the 16, and ultimately he goes to the inside and just goes right on by the 16 of AJ Allmendinger. And yeah, Allmendinger giving up that spot led to Allmendinger being in a last-ditch effort type situation there after he got then moved by LaJoy, so now he needed to try and battle his way back by. AJ Allmendinger not able to get there. Barry and Cindric are the two representatives from the LCQ in the main event, along with Alex Bowman pulling up the rear of the field. All right, but how the LCQ went, I think we have an amazing race coming up. I certainly hope so. Again, I'm a little bit apprehensive just because I think the track is so short, and if Byron and Larson can just control the entire front of the field, you're going to have a really tough time making progress. Now, again, there is a lot of Toyota help right there, so if anybody does manage to make any progress, they should be able to hopefully help out the rest of the Toyota contingent, but here we go. We're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. So they've started to pace, doing the loops around the around this quarter-mile oval. Let's go ahead and skip around to ads and get ready for this race. All right, so we got William Byron starting in the second position. This should be a really good spot for him to try and get a good finish in the Clash. I believe they said during qualifying that the winner of every Clash at the quarter miles since they moved it to the Coliseum and now Bowman Gray, every winner has come from one of the front two rows. So if that pattern keeps up, your winner is going to be one of 4 drivers: Larson, Byron, Gibbs, or Briscoe. And I think Ty Gibbs would be a hilarious Clash winner. Yeah, a lot of the new paint schemes look really fresh. I quite like the new trackhouse schemes, honestly, for both for the trackhouse guys back there with SVG and whatnot. All right, 200 laps. Again, mid-race break at lap 100. Only green flag laps count as we get ready to go racing. All right, here we go. We should be doubled up and ready for this one here. Yep, there we go. Doubled up. 1 lap away from green flag racing here at Bowman Gray Stadium. Let's say I see a lot of people in the crowd here. Let's say a lot of people braving a very cold winter day and an even colder winter night. So here we go. We are pace car is off, coming to the green flag. And we are gonna see it go. Green flag is out. We are racing here at Bowman Gray Stadium. Yeah, again, the delay is fairly significant. Again, blame YouTube TV for that. I don't have traditional cable, so YouTube TV typically does have a little bit of a delay. But yeah, so Larson completes lap 1 here with the lead. Byron clears Briscoe there for lap to go ahead and get the 2 Hendrick cars out in front. And the first side-by-side battle is between Ty Gibbs and Denny Hamlin, battling it out for the 4th position here, as Briscoe was able to get clear of Ty Gibbs. Ty Gibbs gets clear of the 11 of Hamlin here, nice and quick. And all the Toyotas starting to get single filed and really quickly. But here comes Buescher fighting around the outside, trying to make something happen. So here we go again. 4 laps in. We are working our way through this one. Again, the laps click off in a hurry here. But yeah, Buescher still trying to fight on that outside. Not able to get around Denny Hamlin yet for 5th. That is the car he is currently working on. Again, Christopher Bell on that inside does not want to give up that position. If there is a gap between him and himself and Hamlin, he does not want to give that up to the 17. Oh, man. Sorry, it has just been a very long day. But we are here. Usually I'd be on a full night's rest for the Cup Series action on Sunday, but nope, not today. And that's really the weird thing about a midweek race. But yeah, there we go. Buescher gets in line right behind Bell. He manages to get in front of Bubba Wallace, and there we go. Buescher gets in line. Go. All right, man. Again, we're just working our way through this one. Joey Logano, we're trying to work that outside line here on the outside of Chase Elliott. Not really looking like it's going too far forward. So the national anthem was, I didn't see the name, but it was a local area police officer. Ironically, one of my friends who lives in the area actually said he thinks he's been pulled over by that police officer before. And at least according to one of my friends, he said that the anthem wasn't great. Again, I'm watching on mute, so for me the anthem wasn't bad, but again, it's something I'm gonna have to rewatch it at a later date with the sound on. Yeah, so far though, Larson, Byron out in front of the field. Briscoe has settled in the 3rd position, but he has fallen nearly a full second off of the leaders. So again, continuing to slip away. All right, so here we go. Yeah, Bowman trying to make some progress here. Barry trying to follow him through as well. And Again, all these guys trying to make whatever progress they can here. Zilich, Cindric all kind of bundled right up at the very back of the field. Suarez back there too. And barring a really wild night, I don't see a world where all right, man. Again, we're just trying to work our way through this one. It has been a long day already. And oh man, we're already having TV cover. Let's say, did anyone not on YouTube TV just see a bunch of chopping? Because if that was a YouTube TV issue, that is bad. If that was a NASCAR on Fox issue, that was really bad because that would mean that was happening for everybody. So Kyle Larson, he's led all 20 laps up to this point. Just can say trying to put on a dominating performance. He's pulled out nearly a 1 second lead on William Byron, which is just again insane that he's pulled out a 1 second lead there, and Byron has another 1 second between himself and Briscoe. Last year, the Clash race had 171 laps led by a Hendrick driver. That's the goal for Kyle Larson, is to try and beat the 171 that his teammate put up last year, and more importantly, win the race still. All right, here we go. All right, yep. So a friend of mine just confirmed for me that that the black cuts were happening on his end too. So say definitely seems like some sort of technical issue already. As we are we're already 25 laps into this one, and we're barely 7 minutes in, which is just insane. Again, we're going through this one so quickly that I mean, 30 minutes for 100 laps would be insane. There we go. Give me 1 second. Just get my phone cord out so I can charge my phone. But yeah, there again, we're close. I say 30 laps. Again, these laps are ticking by quick. That is the one good thing about a quarter mile track, is that lap count really means very little because the laps click by so quick. But yeah, again, right now Larson is just dominating the race out in front of the field. Byron 1 second back and not really in position to do anything to help or hurt him. Oh yeah, 32 laps in. Here we go. Penske on Penske action here. Blaney to the back bumper of his teammate in Logano. These guys getting on each other here, and then you've got the three. Man, that is a sweet new paint job on the three. Man, I'd seen some of the images of that car, but man, that thing on the track looks even meaner. All right, there we go. But yeah, again, this one, side by side commercials, allows us to keep an eye on the track the whole time. But yeah, it looks like Blaney's kind of lost that momentum edge that he had for a minute when he was starting to really put some pressure on the back bumper Logano. Still trying to, but Yeah, as I said earlier, he was really looking like he might potentially move Logano, which would be weird to see a teammate move a teammate there, but wouldn't be the weirdest thing to ever happen. Man, again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Byron Larson, Larson and Byron. Let's see what's the difference here. All right, here we go again. Austin Dillon making some, starting to make some pressure on the back bumper of Logano. All right, so we're 40 laps in, man. Again, sorry, this will. Oh, oh, we got a yellow flag. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Caution flag is out for debris. Man, we got a caution flag for debris on the track. All right, so there we go. Again, yeah, under a caution flag for debris. Yep, snow melted under the safer, melted through the safer barrier. Yeah, we saw that in practice and qualifying. They were running up near the fence, and the booth started to notice the wet patch appearing. So, yeah, no, the first on that one. All right, and because caution flag laps only count, we are, man, say we're slowing down to a halt here at 41 laps complete. Say 40 laps complete. We'll be 41 when we take the green flag. Hmm. All right, man. It has been a very long day. Was outside for 5 hours. Again, this is, I promise, this is not normal. This is not the standard I'm hoping to set this year. I know I had a lot of problems with with managing the sleep last year too, which I think I've got under wraps. And again, it's just one of those things that as long as I don't have work that day, I'll be very ready. All right, so there we go. All right. So tomorrow is Thursday, then Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I just got a lot I need to get done. But yeah, we are here. We're ready for this one. We should be getting this one back to racing here shortly. Hopefully, drying up the weepers in the track won't be too big of a problem. And we'll at least have another restart this time with Briscoe being in third place and having choice of lane. All right, here we go. Man. Yeah, I've got a few things that I've got lined up for this week that I need to make sure I'm taking care of. So go. Yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. It's been again a long day. There we go. Wednesday 8 p.m. for the time trials for Daytona. So Wednesday 8 p.m. Then the duels start at 7 p.m. for Duel 1 on Thursday. Second duel will probably start around 9. Then we go Trucks, Xfinity, Cup throughout the week. ARCA will be at noon on Saturday. I will not be home to stream that one. And here we go. They're splitting this field, and we're going to see where this all lines up here. Alright, so here we go. We're getting ready to go back racing, doing the choose cone. 200 guys take the 2 spots on the front row. Briscoe takes the inside as opposed to the outside where he started last time alongside Gibbs. Really, I mean, none of these spots really look overly shuffled to me, so. And it just looks like inside, outside, inside, outside, inside, outside, so. Not a lot changed from the choose cone here. Let's see if Briscoe can make something happen here with the ability to control his fate a little bit more in the inside line. There we go. Alright, so here we go. Again, here we go. Back to the restart here. And it's going to be green, 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 green flags out. We are back to racing here at Bowman Gray Stadium. Larson nose out ahead here. Byron on the inside. As Byron gets the lead. Alright, so there we go. Everybody kind of starts filtering down in the line. Looks like Briscoe was able to outduel Ty Gibbs there. And on the outside, here comes Christopher Bell trying to make a big, bold move to the outside there. Trying to at least get by Hamlin if he can't get by Ty Gibbs too. Alright, so again, we're just chilling out here. We got Bell versus Hamlin, the first side-by-side battle, and that is for 5th place here. Meanwhile, again, you've got Briscoe fighting to try and get into that top 2. You got Ty Gibbs fighting with himself to decide who to run. Do you run behind the guy you don't mind? What? But yeah, here we go. Man, yeah, I am really sorry about that. Yeah, Gavin McKenna is facing felony charge. Penn State hockey player, potential first overall pick. Wow. Yeah, I saw someone mention that in our in the Handed Down Sports chat. That is insane. Here we go. Again, there goes Briscoe finds his way around the 24. There we go. And say starting to break up that Hendrick stronghold. Here comes Chase Briscoe to the front of the field. Yeah, and there it is. Just puts it right on the back corner there and just muscles Byron's way up. Which, wide open. Alright, so again, Briscoe setting his sights on Larson. Meanwhile, Byron is going to try and see if he can dog Briscoe to try and get that second position back. All right, there we go. Will there be a major wreck? hard to tell at the moment. I don't know because most of the drivers seem to be running fairly respectfully at this point. But when the leaders start getting into lap traffic, that'd be when I'd start to look. All right, here we go again. We got a caution flag. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Another one. Yeah. Yeah, Bubba Wallace went for a spin. Just loops it around there. Oh, off the nose of the 12. Nothing Bubba Wallace did wrong in that one. All right, here we go again. We're working our way through this one. I apologize for the lack of energy. I am just drained right now. Yeah. Hindsight, I might not even decide to stream this if it wasn't for, again, my commitment to trying to bring you guys coverage of the races. And, again, I had no way of knowing I was going to get stuck outside for 5 hours today. Well, again, nice to see that. As I don't hate Blaney, obviously, but yeah, I am glad to see that he got a fair amount of damage for that. Because again, one of those situations where you go ahead and spin somebody out from the top 10, ready for them to drag you with them. Man, again, we are just chilling out here. Hey, Robin, how's it going? All right, let's try waking up there and seeing if we can get some action going. Again, this track, we click off laps so quick, but the fact that we don't count any laps under caution really makes it kind of equal out. I am curious to see what this restart looks like though, with no front row lockout potentially for the Hendrick guys. Does Byron go with Larson to try and help his teammate, or does he go with Briscoe to make sure that his that the guy racing his teammate doesn't have a teammate of his own right behind him? I mean, that is one of those things that you're just gonna have to deal with if you're Byron. I think you have to go behind Larson and hope that you can be a better teammate than Ty Gibbs will be to Briscoe. But yeah, it's just a really tough situation to be in as we get ready to roll. All right, here we go. Everything looks all good to me, but again, they're drying out. They're trying to dry part of the track, so my guess is that it's still wet. But at this point, it's like, okay, come on, I'm itching for some on-track action here. All right, come on, let's get this thing doubled up and go back racing. Come on. But man, the Philadelphia Eagles just lost I believe defensive coordinator, maybe. All right, here we go. Choose cone, and they're not showing the results of it. Great. All right, we're doubled up. We're ready to go back racing here. All right, come on. All right, lights are off on the pace car. They're gonna do one more lap around here. Must have added one lap here. All right, here we go. Larson versus Briscoe. Byron went to the bottom with his teammate. Okay, so he did not split up the Hendrick teammates. He's gonna trust himself to be a better pusher than what Briscoe's got and Ty Gibbs. All right, green flags out. We are back to racing, and Larson and Briscoe door to door, wheel to wheel. Briscoe with a nose out in front, heading into the corner. Larson, short way around the track, has the edge. But entering the corner, Briscoe's actually gaining ground here. He might be able to take the lead, and he does lead it at the line. Briscoe leads at the line over Kyle Larson here. Let's go. And there we go. Continues to lead at the stripe. But yeah, this side-by-side duel is actually really intense here, as Briscoe has no teammates to speak of, but he's still putting up one heck of a fight here on the outside on Larson. Looks like Larson's finally gonna break free. Here we go again. Right now, Briscoe trying to put a good run on Byron at least. See if he can get down in front of Byron. He can't get to Larson. He wants to at least keep that position ahead of Byron, but right now it's looking kind of dim here, and ultimately a spot opened up right between himself and Byron. Again, he can try and regroup, maybe come back with a bit better of a run next time. All right, so here we go. Again, fastest laps of the day so far. You've got Larson, Gibbs, Byron, Chastain, and Blaney all right on top of each other when it comes to lap time, which is just insane. 64 laps complete here. We're coming up on the lap 100 mark here, when we're going to have that guaranteed caution. Man, when we do have that break, I am going to need to use the bathroom, so we are going to just have to do that real quick when we get the break. But again, right now, the Clash at Bowman Gray Stadium, pretty good race. All right, so again, Larson, Byron out in front of the field, dueling at the top. Meanwhile, you got a pretty good battle going on back here. Priest, Chastain, and Barry dueling it out for, what is that, 13th? 13th place is got a fun battle going. Unfortunately, nobody really cares about it, and so the TV just panned away from what might be the best battle on track. Here we go again. We're just working our way through this one. 30 laps to go till the comp caution. And yeah, again, Larson, Byron dueling this one out very close. Byron gonna start putting some pressure on his teammate. And say Byron starting to look like he might want to try and take this one away. And there it is. Larson to the top of the track. Byron to the lead. Byron will lead at the stripe. And here comes William Byron. Man, again, we're just. All right, so Larson's dropped all the way to third here in the last lap or two as he got moved out of the groove there. The 24 Byron moved through. The 19 of Briscoe moved through. Now the 54 Ty Gibbs has gotten by him. And now here comes Denny Hamlin looking to attack the 5 of Larson. Oh, but Hamlin had the 77 of Hocevar. The 77 of Hocevar moves Hamlin before Hamlin has a chance to try and move the 1 car of Ross Chastain. All right, so here we go. Again, we're working our way through this one. Man, Blaney gets by Denny Hamlin here, trying to make his way back up. Again, Blaney being the cause of the first caution of the afternoon or the evening, and the other Penske car, it's Austin Cindric that's turned around on the front straightaway. Caution flag flies. All right, there we go. Caution flag for Austin Cindric. I'm going to have to go use the bathroom during this caution period, so I will be right back, guys. Oh, man. Oh, are they already doubled back up and ready to go back racing? Okay. Well, glad I got back when I did. All right. Hopefully, we are a little bit more alert now. I went and splashed a little bit of water on my face to hopefully help wake me up. And again, clearly I came back at just the right time because we're doubled up. We're going back racing here. Lights are off on the Corvette at the front of the field. Again, Byron's Camaro, 2 Gibbs Toyotas, and a Larson Chevrolet and a Hocevar Chevrolet. The top 5 is now a lot more interesting than it was. Here we go. Green flag's out, and we are racing here. And the Toyota teammates did not go together. They split up to separate the Hendrick Chevys. But Byron at the bottom of the racetrack continues to be able to dominate at least these opening restarts. Able to go ahead and get out ahead of the 2 Toyotas. The 2 Toyotas do in the 19 and the 54 do manage to get second and third on the restart. Meanwhile, Kyle Larson is still dueling it out with Carson Hocevar for the 5th and final position. For 4th position. I was going to say 5th and final spot in the top 5, but nope. They're battling for 4th and 5th as it is right now. Here comes Blaney dueling it out with Ryan Blaney as well. Again, a 4-car battle really under a blanket here because Denny and Larson have had their own run-ins. Of course, Hocevar just moved Hamlin out the way, and then Blaney was the cause of the 23 to spin earlier, so we know he's looking to try and move up as fast as he can and is not afraid to move people out of the way to get there. Again, though, Byron looking really good here out in front of the field. Larson kind of backed up here. Oh, and Larson gets some contact here from Christopher Bell, who's now trying to make the pass. Again, everybody trying to take advantage the second they see some weakness from Kyle Larson. And there it is. Kyle Larson gets in line just ahead of his teammate, Chase Elliott, and now they can start to rebuild up their position through this opening stint. All right, there we go. Man, I will say, I do feel a lot more alert now than I did earlier. All right, so there we go. But yeah, here we go. Again, here comes Briscoe looking to the inside, trying to challenge the 24 for the race lead. The 19 is going to get there. The 24 to the outside. Briscoe is clear. Chase Briscoe gets clear for the lead. And here comes Ty Gibbs on through. Byron knows he needed to get to the bottom before that spot got filled by Hocevar. But the 2 Toyotas, Briscoe and Ty Gibbs, sneak their way to the front of the field. The guys who started 3rd and 4th are now running 2nd and 3rd. So there we go. Again, these Toyotas doing a really good job here. Again, Byron versus Hocevar. These two going to be dueling it out for the 3rd position here. That last step on the podium. Byron on the outside, Hocevar up the inside. Hocevar in the favorable position. The question is, how aggressive is Hocevar going to be to try and track down those other 2 drivers? And will it potentially cost him? Because again, we've seen Hocevar's aggressiveness have some downsides in the past, but at least as of right now, yeah, he is on a mission here to go ahead and track down the leaders. And Blaney's been passing a lot of cars too, as he's made his way from 16th starting position all the way up to 6th. So he's passed 10 total cars throughout the first 100 laps. That's not bad. And Hocevar up to 3rd place, as he has now got his nose significantly ahead of Byron's and consistently here. So I will concede that the 24 might not be the king of Bowman Gray. Alright, so there we go. Again, right now we're working our way through this one. There we go. Byron able to clear the 77 and get back ahead of him. And again, that is a big deal there for Byron to be able to clear Hocevar, get back down in front of him, and try and start putting up some actual defense once again here. There we go. Again, Briscoe here hanging on to the lead here. Ty Gibbs puts a bumper to him. And is Ty Gibbs about to wreck a teammate for the lead? not at the end of a race because again, I know we're close to the halfway boat or to the halfway point where we know a caution flag is coming, but. All right, so there we go. And Ty Gibbs does get by Chase Briscoe there fairly easily. Just kind of worked his teammate for a couple laps. I think his teammate realized, hey, there's a caution flag and a reset coming here in a matter of minutes. I don't necessarily need to be the control car if we can just lock down the front row together. And then we can fight for it on the next restart when we get through that. All right, so here we go. Coming to the coming up on halfway here. We're expecting a caution flag and a break period here. Wow, Kyle Larson dropped all the way to 9th here before the halfway flag came out. We're expecting a halfway flag this time by lap 100. All right, so there we go. Lap 101, 100 laps complete. And there it is, the cross flags. Are we going to see the yellow come out too, Flagman? Yep, I'm expecting we're going to see the... All right, here we go. So, again, caution flag is out for the halfway break. Ty Gibbs, your race leader. Briscoe second. Byron holds on to third. But Blaney and Hocevar starting to add some real pressure into that top 5. There we go. Then you got Christopher Bell, Denny Hamlin, 6th and 7th. 8th was Logano. 9th, Ryan Preece. And, man, Kyle Larson fell all the way to 10th place. Barely hanging on to a top 10 spot. That's insane. All right, so there we go. We are chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Oh, we're up some more subscribers now. All right, so we're still under the caution flag for the halfway break here. Lap 100 out of 200 here. All right, so there we go. Again, Ty Gibbs, your race leader. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting race to watch. It's just weird because it is a track that is entirely based on just contact, and if you were looking to make a pass without contact, you're not looking to pass at this track. But yeah, we are just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. All right, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. We got 30 people still hanging out in chat. Thank you guys for everybody that's decided to spend a portion of your very valuable Wednesday night here with us as we are just stuck. Yeah, waiting for this commercial break to be done. Oh, we got an update here from Suarez on SVG. Oh, yep, we got a little bit of an update here from Suarez. As a live update via Toby Christie of on Twitter, coming from the Suarez radio. I'm going to kick his butt. I'm gonna censor this. If you want to see the full tweet, go ahead, check out Toby Christie over on Twitter. Yeah, it is a pretty good race so far. But yeah, I'm gonna kick his butt. Tell 97 I'm coming for him. Oh boy, that is some beef there. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time though. But yeah, that was coming from the 7 radio. So yeah, there we go. But yeah, apparently apparently Suarez not exactly happy with his former teammate Shane Van Gisbergen. Alright, there we go. Yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Yeah, drama between past teammates. Yep. Absolutely. And again, I'm curious to see what ends up happening when we get these guys back on the racetrack, because if I'm SVG, I don't want to be threatened. And if I'm Daniel Suarez, let's say, I would like to imagine that Suarez would make good on a threat, because if you don't, your future threats will be less impactful if you don't act on them. Oh, we got another one? That's funny. From NASCAR as yeah. Hey, Winter Olympics, we dare you to top this level of international competition. I'm ready for that Ty Gibbs win. Hey, I would love to see a Ty Gibbs win there. That is hilarious. But yeah, there's a. Are you kidding me? It's raining. We might see the rain tires come out for the second half. We might see rain tires coming out for the second half. Oh boy, this is don't flip the channel yet. All right, let's see where these two are actually going to be restarting at. All right, so SVG is in 15th and Suarez in 18th. But yeah, in terms of battles, though, I mean, I can think of a lot of better battles that we could be following. But yep, the only car off the lead lap at the moment is Austin Cindric. Everybody else is on the lead lap, so that's actually pretty good. What is the temperature at the track? I did have Winston-Salem weather pulled up earlier. So the rain is expected. It's light rain expected to be lasting for 53 minutes, and it is 36 degrees in Winston Salem, North Carolina. So cold and raining for the next 53. For like the next hour, pretty much. This is gonna be interesting. That is for sure. Faux show, faux show. All right. So yeah, we got ourselves a really good battle going on. Again, we're currently at the halfway break here, half down, half to go. But yeah, there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Again, so far the start of the season's been pretty good. Certainly can't complain. Alright, so yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Again, Hendrick really faded at the end. Yeah, I mean, once they got separated, it was really tough to say because like once the Toyota guys shuffled Larson out of line, he got sent further and further back, and then once William Byron was all on his own, it was not going to be a good answer with him trying to fend off both Gibbs and Briscoe. Alright, so here we go. We're coming back from commercial break. We should be getting cars back on track here shortly. Again, the rain doesn't look to be too significant. NASCAR might deem the track conditions to be intermediate and allow them the option to put on wet tires, but not force them to, which would be an interesting one. But no, it looks like slick tires on Blaney's car at least, which is the only car they're showing at the moment. But let's say maybe the rain isn't as bad as it looked, but it did not look great. So there we go. All right, Ryan Blaney. Currently in fourth place after starting all the way back in 16th. He had to work so hard to get himself back up through the field. The first 50 laps he gained 3 spots. Then from there on he managed to just start rolling. All right, there we go. All right, so they're starting to roll back onto the track. Okay. So again, everybody appears to have the normal sidewall tires on. So that means no rain tires for anybody, which is an interesting decision by NASCAR, considering that there is at least light rain in the area for the next hour. again, we're not expecting, say, they are looking like they're going to be going back racing here soon. All right, here we go. Suarez fires back up his car, and he'll be following Bubba Wallace back onto the track here. All right, according to Bob Pockris of Fox Sports, yeah, also friend of the channel, that it is now sleeting. And oh, what? What was that for? Bubba Wallace and Suarez taking swipes at each other in their cars. Okay, it looks like Suarez had his hand out the window at Bubba because I guess Bubba started it in his opinion, but I don't know. I didn't notice what actually happened, but yeah, a lot of precipitation coming down now, and I say we do have the rain tires. That is a big thing that a lot of people were talking about. We have the rain tires. We also have made it halfway, so if we do just decide to call it because we need to get things going, this race could be considered rain shortened. I mean, what a way for Ty Gibbs to get a first win would be for it to be rain shortened. But again, it's sleeting right now, and it very well could end up being a delay. If it's sleet and not rain, they may decide that it's not good. Yeah, I know. Yeah, literally raining bits of ice. Yep. So again, I'm curious to see what their decision is going to be in terms. Okay, they're going to put the rain tires on. We're going to get to see the rain tires. Let's go. We're about to see the rain tires get put on for the clash at Bowman Gray Stadium. Let's go. Rain tire. The grooved rain tires are ready, and we're about to see them put into action here. All right, let's go. This should be good. Again, it's weird because there's no puddling at all at the moment. So, I mean, I'm kind of curious. So, is it going to be that everybody's going to be forced to put them on? Or is there going to be a choice where some teams could choose to not put them on and potentially either gain track position or even just use the slicks? Because even though it's pebbles of ice, not water. Yeah, again, they are pulling the cars into the garage, I believe, to go ahead and put on the rain tires. So, yep, again, say, yeah, NASCAR is saying this is brief, and they will make a decision on if they will put those wet tires on, wet weather tires on. Okay, so they haven't made the decision yet. Then they're pulling the cars off the track, and they're going to go ahead and evaluate based on the storm system that is coming in. Again, we're going to have to wait and see if we see the rain tires on, but I believe there is a greater than not chance that we might see the rain tires coming back on. All right, so there we go, and yeah, they are. And again, this rain shower is coming down. Again, I don't know what the plan is gonna be here. I'm kind of curious because with it being mostly ice and not a whole lot of puddles, do you put the rain tires on? Do you leave it slicks? Do you leave it up to the teams? Because I know some series, like I know in IndyCar, every once in a while you'll see intermediate track conditions where some teams will put on the wets and others won't. So yeah, right now though, again we are under a weather delay while NASCAR is evaluating whether or not to have the teams put on the wet weather tires. And meanwhile, they are sending out the jet dryers to try and keep the track mostly dry. Uh, is this at the 200 mark? No, we are currently we had just wrapped up the we were just wrapping up the caution period for the halfway for the caution for the comp caution that they threw at lap 100. So we are exactly halfway through the race. So we are currently at lap 100 of 200, and the car cover is going on Bowman's car. That's not a good sign. Alex Bowman's car has the car cover on. So does the 19 of Briscoe. Looks like the 77 also has got their car cover on. The one car of Chastain's got their car cover. Yep. Yep. Looks like we've got a red flag for rain for the first time on the NASCAR season after we've had after we had a whole snow out for the last 4 days. Yeah, as they showing some of the other snow races that we've had. There's a March Vegas back in 2022. The infamous snow race at Martinsville when we had Spring Martinsville got snowed out back in 2018 before Clint Boyer went on to win. But yeah, we are just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. All right, NASCAR has mandated it is going to be a mandatory change to wet weather tires. So we might not be waiting all that long. I was worried when I saw the car covers coming off, or coming on, but again, I'm gonna say it seems like the word has just come through that it will be mandatory wet weather tires. Mandatory wet weather tires are gonna be interesting. And there we go. Yep. Yeah. The teams are all changing them over right now. We got the say Christopher Bell's team currently going ahead, taking off those slicks, putting on the white walled rain tires, and we are going to be back racing here shortly. I'm excited. Hopefully, you guys are too. We're about to see some rain racing. I'm not sure if the teams are allowed to do any other adjustments to try and help with the balance when adjusting to a rain tire versus the slick tire. At a race like this, I would imagine you would be, but yeah, it's one of those weird situations where it's like, okay, technically you're under a red flag and wouldn't be able to adjust much. So I don't know what the technical what they're allowed or not allowed to do there, but there you go. Byron's team going around and torquing them to make sure that they've got those wheels tight because you do not want to have a tire come off at a short quarter mile like this where a stray car could end up knocking a tire up and into the fans because that would not be a good way to ring in the new season. All right, so there we go. Again, say Blaney's team getting ready to change over to the wet tires as well. All right, so yeah, again, it'll be a minute here as all the teams are just changing over to wet weather tires from the dry tires, and yeah, it is really starting to come down out there. There we go. How is Roger Penske driving? You mean how are the Penske cars doing? Blaney is in fourth, Logano's in eighth, and Cindric, I believe, is 2 laps down after a mechanical issue that caused it that brought out a caution flag. Let me just double check that. Cindric is 1 lap down. Sorry, 1 lap down. In 23rd place. And the Technical Alliance car of Josh Berry is in 13th for all your Penske information. Yeah, the rain is really starting to come down right now. I'm not sure I would call this light rain. I'm not sure if my weather app has changed to. No, it says the rain should be stopping in 24 minutes, but I say we'll have to wait and see how this goes with the wet weather tires and the transition to the dry conditions. There's the Shane Van Gisbergen's crew going to work there, putting on the tires and torquing them to make sure that they're all nice and tight. Alright, so there we go. Yeah, we're just waiting out the again, all the teams taking their time, making sure they get these wet weather tires installed properly. Because again, you do not want a tire coming off on a track like this. So, yep, no worries. I know. I know the feeling of trying to keep track of your favorite team can be a little bit tough. So, yeah, again, Blaney and Logano, they're both in the top 10. But yeah, Cindric had a really weird issue that led to a very short caution period. All right, so there we go. But yeah. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I was gonna say not the coldest race in NASCAR history. It's the second coldest Cup race, second to only Richmond back in 1990 at 31 degrees. Tonight being 30, officially being marked at 36, which is only, which ironically is only 1 degree colder than the Bowman Gray Cup race back in '64, which is a pretty funny stat there to have. Ty Gibbs, when the last time he won anything, well, he hasn't won at the Cup level yet, so the answer would have to be when he won his Xfinity Series title back in yeah, back in the NASCAR Xfinity Series. If you're talking about it, or yeah, back at that point in the NASCAR Xfinity Series, um, shortly before he lost his dad was the last time he had a. But again, Cup is a lot harder than Xfinity, and again, Ty Gibbs has done well tonight. I'm impressed with the kid. So there we go. Everybody rolling out onto the track again. Wet conditions. They've got the wet weather tires, but it is still going to be treacherous. Let's see. Oh, cool. You worked for Penske. Nice. Yeah, Ty Gibbs' last NASCAR victory was the 2022 Xfinity Series Championship race. Yep. And his father passed away later that night, which makes that championship just so much more Yeah, so much more sad to see. Again, glad he got to celebrate it with his dad, but man, what an awful memory of that night. Man, I hate that for him. And yeah, can't wait to see him hopefully be able to start racking up a couple of wins at the cup level. Again, winning at the cup level, not easy whatsoever, but again, he's shown improvement. I feel like he's shown improvement each of the last several seasons. Here we go. Again, Ty Gibbs out in front of the field. He's got his teammate Briscoe, who will be lining up alongside him. It's going to be an interesting one for sure. Again, Byron, Blaney, and Hocevar, the rest of the top five. Man, it is going to be a lot of pressure being put on the back bumper of both Gibbs and Briscoe. All right, so again, Ty Gibbs again rolling out here in the front. Let's see, are we doubled up or no? NASCAR using way too zoomed in of cameras. All right, no, we're not doubled up yet. Again, we need. Wait, do we not have windshield wipers on these cars? I just noticed the. Yeah, none of these cars have the windshield wipers installed. That could be a problem. Yeah, because none of these cars near the front have their windshield wipers, which typically these cars have. And that is going to be a problem if they're going to be trying to see through this. So here we go. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Charles. Man. Yeah, you hate to see that kind of thing happen. Yeah, man, how do you see through that? Like seriously. Again, limited limited visibility with the again lack of a windshield wiper is really not good. I would have thought the windshield wipers would be a requirement here. Yeah, so up next on Fox, they've got the Mass Singer and Fear Factor coming up. So hopefully we can get the NASCAR race done and over with before we get bumped to FS1. I don't want to get bumped to FS1 for the Mass Singer. All right, yeah, here we go. Let's lock back in though. Let's get ready for this one. All right, so there we go. We got Denny Hamlin back in the 7th position. Denny Hamlin gonna be looking to try and rally as quick as he can here, but it is going to be a rough night for some of these drivers trying to make their way back to the field. Larson's got a long way to go. He fell all the way back to the 10th position. Connor Village knocking on the door of a top 10 in his first Clash appearance. Not bad at all. Alright, come on. When are we going to double up so we can go green? Come on. We've been rolling for a decent chunk of time at this point. Let's see. Alright, we got some radio from Ryan Priest and his crew chief. The fact that we're even out here driving at all, the fact that we're out here driving around, I've lost all faith in NASCAR from his crew chief. There are a lot of drivers out here who feel the same way from Ryan Priest. So whoever it is, we should probably go find their car, take the windshield wipers off, and tell them to drive home. Yep, that is pretty much. I mean, that's basically a bit more harsh of a version of what I was saying. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Again, right now we're just pacing here while the teams are arguing that the vision from the vision without the windshield wipers is going to be all but impossible to actually race. We have the wet weather tires, which will maybe make it so we can get back racing sooner, but I don't think we can race with active rainfall if we've got no windshield wipers, not safely at least. So it comes down to how much NASCAR is willing to sacrifice driver safety to try and get this race in. But again, it's just one of those things we're gonna have to keep an eye on throughout it. But yeah, Larson led the first 50 laps roughly, and then and just around lap 75, he started to drop like a rock there. Come on. So let's see. Let's make a decision. If we're gonna keep pacing these cars at all, say, are we? What is the plan here, NASCAR? Are we gonna be going green, or are we gonna be going ahead and just say? Because especially where these laps aren't even counting, it's not even like, oh well, we're at least racking through the number of laps. Because now we're doing all these laps, but we're not actually counting any of them. Yep. Yeah, Rain X would help, but I mean, I feel like almost anybody will tell you that Rain X won't be a perfect replacement for a windshield wiper, and especially not at the somewhat low speeds that they're going to be racing at. I mean, at a quarter mile racetrack, they're probably not hitting more than about 60 to 70 miles an hour. And yep, here we go. They're pulling the cars off the track here into the garage area, and it looks like we might be going back into a rain delay. Braden, it's been raining and sleeting out. They went and got the teams in there and put their wet weather tires on, but none of the teams have their windshield wipers installed. So the teams are basically protesting that, hey, it's not safe for us to try and race in the rain without windshield wipers, which is a fair complaint. And NASCAR has been reluctant to bring them back in, but it looks like they are finally going to get brought back into the garage area. So, yeah, that is the reason for this caution flag. It originally started as a caution flag for the halfway break at lap 100, but it has since turned into again a rainstorm, and they have no windshield wipers. So, yep, that is pretty much caught up to speed with what the cause of this caution was. And again, they're sending out the jet dryers to try and keep a handle on this, but it's a weird situation here. Alright, so yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Man, this night has been a long night at this point. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Put the snow tires on. Well, again, the tires aren't the problem at the moment. It's the spray and the fact that they don't have a way to keep the water off the windshield. So there we go. Are they gonna call the race? At the moment, we're kind of all just waiting to hear and see. Let's see, I've got friends who have contacts all up and down the garage area, but I have not heard anything yet. So, but say keeping updated on Bob Pockrass's Twitter is usually my go-to. I'll go ahead and check it right now, but. Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be any significant update there. All right, let's see. All right, so Bob is saying the rain has passed. That is a very good sign. Again, the spray could still be an issue, but if at least if there's no further moisture coming down, we should be able to try and get the rest of this race in. Yeah, again, it looks like the rainstorm is just about wrapping up, according to people who are at the track. All right, there we go. Are you watching it? Yeah. Yeah, again, right now we got was just checking Twitter to keep updated because again, the reporters on the ground are gonna know more about the active weather updates than what I can from like 18 hours away. But yeah, I do have the broadcast on the TV, so if they do pull the cars back out onto the track, I will absolutely be letting you guys know. But yeah, so Priest doesn't sound overly excited about the possibility. Hamlin and Zillage both sound super stoked about it, about the idea of racing in this kind of weather. Which, I mean, granted, Zillage grew up doing karting and all sorts of other stuff on road courses and in adverse conditions. So yeah, I'm not surprised Zillage is jumping at the opportunity, jumping at the bit to try and race these things in the rain on an oval. But yeah, as of right now, it is definitely an interesting one. Alright, yeah, right now we're just chilling out here, though. Hopefully, we'll be back to racing here shortly. I will let the teams make the decision, but again, from Priest and his team, it sounds like they don't think that this is overly safe. And I will say, I don't like the idea of pacing around pointlessly if you're not ready to throw the green flag relatively soon. So again, they were just talking with Cliff Daniels on the TV. And now he's going to go dry Kyle Larson's windshield for him. All right, so there we go. Where is? Let me pull up Jeff Gluck because he's been reporting on a lot of the radio chatter while we are just at this delay. But yeah, it's definitely a weird situation when you have different drivers saying such different things. All right, so yeah, we're just chilling out here, currently under a weather delay, hoping to get back racing here. And yes, the cars are back on track and they're getting ready to roll. Hopefully, now that we're sending the cars out, hopefully they will actually drop a green flag here shortly and we'll be able to go racing. Let's go. All right. All right. So again, they're out there rolling. Everybody's getting out onto the track. There's Busher, Bubba Wallace. We got SVG on track, Suarez. That's pretty much everybody out there. And now we should be getting, I would assume, doubling up maybe next time or in 2 laps. So we should be 1 to 2 laps away from doubling up, which means we are 2 to 3 laps away from going green. So getting close. Hopefully. And again, right now, doesn't look like it's if it's not actively raining, we should be able to get this thing back going. And again, we are 100 laps away from the end here. All right, there we go. No on YV. I'm not sure what that was meant to be, Charles. Let's say, but are they gonna do a single file restart? And say they might be doing a single file restart. Let's see. A single file restart would be interesting, especially with how hard it's been to pass. But no, there we go. It looks like Briscoe is pulling up to the outside of his teammate. So it looks like they are planning on a double file. And yep, here we go. Choose cone time. Time to do the choose cone. And it's going to be Ty Gibbs to the bottom, Briscoe and Byron to the top, and Blaney to the top, allowing Hocevar to jump up to the second car on that inside line. Oh my. Hocevar might be about to do something really dumb, and it might just work. Why did Blaney not take that bottom line? I mean, I can understand if Byron thought the outside line was better than the inside line, but why did Blaney? I mean, giving up a full row to move further back, allowing Hocevar to jump up a row like that? Come on. All right. No on TV? Is that what you were trying to say? Because I still don't really understand what that's talking about. But all right, here we go. Yeah, we're getting ready to go back racing here. Pace cars off. Field in the hands of the Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas as we get ready to go back racing. Gibbs and Briscoe. Again, we've got Byron and Hocevar in row 2. Row 3, we got Blaney and Bell as we go green flags out, and Hocevar nearly eats it on the restart as he tries to take it 3 wide up the inside on Ty Gibbs, and man, they are really having a hard time with that water. But there we go. Briscoe to the lead. Ty Gibbs to second. And a parking lot behind. Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Preece, and others. Yep, big one at Bowman Gray. Yep. Luckily, because it was a big one at Bowman Gray as opposed to a big one most other places, there's not a lot of actual damage to cars. It's just a lot of spun around race cars. They just need to get spun going the right way. Who do you think will win? With the rain in its current condition, I think take a 20-sided die and give it a roll. I think that is about as accurate a way to test that as any other method, because right now with these rain conditions, yeah, I got no idea. Yeah. Say these drivers have not raced in conditions like these before, and it is going to be an interesting one down the stretch. Again, we barely completed a lap there. Well, no, someone will survive it. Someone will win. It's just a matter of trying to figure out who that's gonna be, and it's like, okay, we just saw Ty Gibbs, Hocevar, and even Briscoe at points looked like he was about to lose it going around, and then the back half of the field, like 3 different solo spins. Now that the rain came, you're picking Bell. All right. Do you think they will call the race? I would give it at least one more attempted restart, but again, I think it'll come down to how much the teams protest racing without the windshield wipers. Because, yeah, if you have a bunch of teams just unwilling to race due to the dangerous conditions, if they deem it to be that dangerous. But again, I think we'll see at least one more attempt to get it going. I think if we see another crash, in the same way on another restart, I think then they'll start looking into it. They might also reduce us to single file restarts at some point to try and save it. But yeah, if it was a points race, they would call it. I don't know about that. Come on, you know who is gonna win? No, I really don't. I mean, I'd love to think that that Ty Gibbs or Briscoe that Ty Gibbs is going to be able to outduel Briscoe for it. Larson, we just saw Larson get spun around in this wet condition, so he's going to be right at the back of the pack here, and say he's going to be in nearly the last spot. Now, that's not saying he can't win, but here we go. Choose cone time again. Everybody goes same lanes they were the first time for the first 4 rows. SVG into the top 10 on an oval, on a short oval like this. Connor Zilic up to 8th. We've got a lot of interesting characters showing up at the front of the field here. So yeah, so here's the replay as to what happened. Oh, it was contact from the 88 of Zilic that kind of sent the 11, but the 60 and the 5, the 60 of Ryan Preece and the 5 of Kyle Larson simultaneously just spun with, maybe Larson had some contact, but Preece had no contact and still spun. Yeah, again, the thing about the spins at this kind of track is that, yeah, none of the cars have overly significant damage at this point. Just a couple of fender benders and stuff, but here we go. Doubled back up, pace cars off, field in the hands of Briscoe and Gibbs. Let's see what Briscoe can do as a control car from that outside line, but here it is, onto the front stretch. Green flags out. We are back to racing, and let's see. Hocevar gonna try and go through wide up the bottom like he did last time. And it is 3 wide for the lead. Briscoe, though, powered down on the top line, able to hang on. And so far, Hocevar looks like he might drop back to 3rd place, maybe even to 4th here, as Byron on the top side getting a little bit of power down. And say, I'm not overly surprised to see Connor Zilic doing really well in the rain. Again, he grew up doing go-karting and other forms of racing where he has raced in the rain before. So it is not overly surprising to see the rain benefiting a guy like Zilic or a guy like SVG. But yeah, here we go. Ooh, we got 3 wide We got 3 wide here for Ryan Preece, Christopher Bell, and Tyler Reddick. As Ryan Preece putting and there's contact! Nearly spun. And I say Reddick nearly got spun there off the nose of Christopher Bell. I'm not sure he knew Christopher Bell was there, or if he did, he didn't care, because he just went and ran him over. Yeah, top 5, there's 0 grip. They ran inside, and now they run near the wall. Yeah, well, again, they're looking for the grip wherever it is, and if the grip's up near the wall, then that's better for them. But again, it's a very wet racetrack at the moment, and everybody's looking for whatever grip they can find. Again, right now, Briscoe out in front, Gibbs to 2nd, Byron to 3rd, Hocevar and Zilic to the top 5. SVG and Suarez both doing well in the rain here, 8th and 9th. We know there's some beef there between SVG and Suarez. Suarez, saying some fairly unkind words towards SVG and his team. So we'll have to wait and see if Suarez makes good on any of the threats that he said. But the 2 of them are racing together here in this weird condition. So there we go. I think this made NASCAR history as the first NASCAR race in the rain. First oval race. Might be the first time the Cup Series has used the rain tires on an oval, but I say the trucks absolutely have used the oval rain tires before. I know that much. But I have to imagine the Cup Series has used the oval rain tires at some point too. But yeah, I remember specifically though that there was a rainy truck race at Martinsville a year or two ago where they used the rain tires. Again, Cup Series, that very well might be the case. But yeah, here we go. We got ourselves a pretty good race going on here. 112 laps in to the 200 lap event. So again, we're just trying to work our way through this one. Let's see again. Byron up third for William Byron. He's trying to catch those two of Gibbs and Briscoe, but it's going to be tough to keep up. Here we go. Byron to the back bumper of Gibbs. Okay, he's going to get to Gibbs. The question is, can he get to Briscoe, who's starting to take off? The rain really changed the running order. Yeah, as it typically does. There's a rain. The drivers good in the rain usually aren't the same drivers who are good in the dry. Alright, so here we go again. Briscoe starting to put a bit of a distance between himself and Ty Gibbs, and Gibbs putting up a bit of defense here, stopping or slowing down William Byron here. And of course, because they're all running the outside line, here comes Hosevar trying to run the extreme outside. Let's see if he can jump up there to the outside of William Byron, forcing him to run a lower line than he really wants. And again, Connor Zillage just sitting back there in fifth place, just watching these guys trying all these different things and waiting for them not to work out. But yeah, they're starting to make some good progress here. But yeah, again, right now, Byron all the way up against the back bumper of that 54 car. 54 is not giving an inch here to the 24. Same thing with the 77 at Hosevar. Just nobody's giving an inch here. Here we go. Again, we're working our way through this one. Say Ryan Preece, absolutely. I'm sure Ryan Preece not happy to be racing in these conditions. We heard him and his team both protesting how unsafe they felt it was, and they proved part of it. Oh, we got a spin from the 21 of Barry, and we might see. Yep, caution flag flies. 120 laps in. 80 to go. Caution flag flies for Josh Berry. So, caution flag for Josh Berry. We're going to see a restart. Let's see what happened to Berry. Looks like Berry just lost control into the corner and just wiped out. Luckily, didn't manage to avoid taking anyone else with him, which props to Barry for being able to keep control of the car enough to keep it from wiping anyone else out. And he tried to do the right thing of getting to the infield, but the caution was already thrown at that point. All right, so here we go. Again, we got Barry going to the garage here, it looks like, as he is trying to make the turn. Yeah, we are going to be set up for a very entertaining restart here. Zillage inside the top 5, SVG and Suarez right near each other. It's going to be fun. All right, and we're just starting to get late here. All right, well, while we're at this commercial break, I'm going to go grab some more water, and I will be right back, guys. What I need is these races not to be run on a Wednesday following a 9-hour shift where I was outside for 5 hours. All right, we are back. All right, we are. They're still pacing, so we didn't miss anything. All right, there we go. Man. Well, let's see. Ooh, cool. All right, the Cletus McFarland's. Oh, we got green flags out. I didn't realize they were doubled up. But yeah, Cletus McFarland's gotten the approval to do some testing to see if he'll be eligible to run some truck races later this year. That's pretty cool. Byron loses out a spot to the 77 at Hocevar. Zilich also looking to do the inside of Byron. But yeah, oh wow, Zilich. Oh, multiple cars involved back there. Caution flag is out. But Zilich lost a ton of spots there as he dropped from possibly fourth all the way back to seventh here. All right, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. We're at nearly 4 hours on this stream. And yeah, so that was just Austin Cindric spinning around and piling in. Ryan Blaney, Larson got a piece of it, and Bubba Wallace slowed up to avoid contact. All right, here we go. Yeah, Trackhouse boys together in 7 and 8, but Zilich just lost a ton of spots on that short run restart. All right, there we go. All right, there we go. Are we gonna run a wet track at Daytona? No. The wet weather tires that they have for the ovals are only approved for certain racetracks, and I believe they are all 1 mile and below flat short track. So I don't even think you would see them use these tires at like Bristol or even Dover. And definitely not at Daytona. But hopefully Daytona is just dry and we don't have to worry about that reality. But no, we're not running a rain race at the Daytona Oval. That would be a nightmare situation that I would hope NASCAR would be smart enough not to put their drivers in. All right, so there we go. Yeah, I'm not really sure what Zilich was thinking either when he with what he was doing, but whatever it was, it didn't work. So, all right, but we're coming up on the 4 hour mark. Yeah, if they used them at yeah, and they have, I believe they did use them at one of the Daytona road course races. I believe there was some weather buildup, and some of the teams did opt to use some rain tires back when Bell won the Daytona road course, I think. But yeah, again, it would only be used on the Daytona road course, not the big 2.5 mile super speedway. All right, so there we go again. The fact that these caution laps aren't counting is killing me with the time. I do have work tomorrow morning, which is going to make this very fun, and might end up meaning that any sort of reaction video will be delayed. I was hoping to be able to have a reaction video out same night or morning after, but at this rate, I might have to end up waiting and recording after work tomorrow, which will mean the video probably won't be out till Friday. Alright, yeah, here we go. Let's see. Oh yeah, I know that the laps would fly by under the caution period, but it's just how long they've paced, like when they were pacing and the windshields were all clogged up. It's like, okay, because they were pacing for a long while. And especially where we're struggling to keep it green. It's like, okay, come on. You need to get to the end at some point. Here we go. Green flags out. And Hocevar looking for the lead. Carson Hocevar jumps up to the lead, overdrives the bottom of the racetrack, and Carson Hocevar just took the lead at Bowman Gray Stadium in the most Carson Hocevar way I have ever seen. And contact there. SVG just running over Reddick's front end. And contact from Suarez into the 24 of yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's basically what I was complaining about there. But yeah. Hey. But yeah, there was some contact there from the 7 and the 24 of William Byron. Byron does hold on to the position ahead of Suarez. Suarez continuing to try and fend off Ryan Preece, who has made his way to 7th. SVG, who is knocking on the door for 8th. Connor Zilic back in the 10th position, not really making a whole lot of progress forward here at the moment. But again, right now, Carson Hocevar out in front of the field, and he is trying to run away with 75 laps to go. 75 laps to go. Hocevar, who just absolutely sent it. He knew his only shot to try and win this race was to get a lead at some point, and he saw an opportunity to just do what nobody else was going to be willing to try, and he managed to make it stick. So credit to him. That was a great move by Carson Hocevar, and I look forward to seeing if somebody can maybe watch that back and replicate that either next year or on the next restart. Assuming we get another caution, which at this rate, I'd be shocked if we didn't. Hey, Elliott's made his way all the way up into the 4th position. Wow, he kind of snuck up there. I feel like we haven't really talked much at all about Chase Elliott, but yeah, there he is, right up into the top 4, knocking on the back door, on the back bumper of the 54 of Gibbs. So the pavement looks fairly dry, but it's very shiny, so it's one of those things where it's absolutely still damp to some degree. But at this and there it is. Ty Gibbs is spun around in front of Chase Elliott. I'm going to have to see a replay as to what happened there. But, Chase Elliott now into the side of the 97 and the 24, but they all keep it going in the right direction. And looks like no caution. I hope we get a replay as to what happened there because, yeah, here we go. Let's see what happened. Was it Ty Gibbs or Elliott's fault here? Elliott. Oh, Elliott just hits Ty Gibbs in the corner. He just spun out his homeboy. I mean, I've never heard of those two being friends or anything, but yeah, no, Elliott absolutely just spun out Ty Gibbs for no apparent reason. Oh yeah, that was no doubt that was Chase's fault. Yeah, Chase definitely spun him out for sure. But yeah, and here we go. The back bumper of Hocevar is starting to get a little bit warm as Chase Briscoe approaches and will be attempting to try and go for the pass. But yeah, I've got no idea what Elliott was thinking. I'd love to hear, and I'm sure I'll see it on the either on Radioactive on Tuesday or whenever they end up deciding to do Radioactive from this race. Yeah. Or on Twitter when somebody posts the audio clip. But I want to know what on earth got Elliott that upset that he just tried to dump the 54 Gibbs, because whatever it was, it didn't work. I say Blaney went around, no caution. Again, NASCAR doing a good job at trying to let these guys race. Here we go. Hocevar right up behind Ryan Blaney here. Everybody making some good moves here. Hocevar managing to hold on to that lead despite the fact that Briscoe's starting to heat up the back bumper there. And man, Ty Gibbs is having a rough go of it here. Ryan Preece up into fourth. SVG to fifth. Everybody is going right on by the 54 at this point. And here we go. Now the 54 back underneath the 97, trying to make some moves here. Oh, yeah, there goes Hamlin around. Denny Hamlin goes around. Caution flag flies. All right, we were probably due a caution at that point with the amount of spins we had. But the laps were clicking. That's the good thing, is that once we get racing, the laps will click away pretty quick. But yeah, that's been happening right in front of the leaders. Has got to be even more sketchy than normal, because yeah, I can't imagine trying to be host of ours and seeing just multiple cars around right in front of me. Alright, so there we go. Hocevar did maintain the lead. Suarez got up to third. Priest to fourth. SVG up into the top five. Alright, man, again, we are just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. This race has been pretty good, especially when they've actually been racing, because, like, again, the weather hasn't been great, but everybody trying to dip down, trying to get some water on their tires here. And I'm assuming that's not the choose cone, because there were way too many people picking that bottom line with how good the top's been. Alright, here we go. Yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. We got 27 people still hopping on in here. But yeah, we are, again, it's getting late. It's almost 9 o'clock. We're going to probably be wrapping this thing up around the time, around 9 o'clock or so. Hopefully, assuming we get this thing back going and we can just run it green to the end, might be able to finish this up by like 8, a quarter of 9, but yeah, this one has been long. All right, here we go. Choose cone this time. And it looks like Briscoe to the bottom. Everybody else kind of go on top. Okay, they must not have been doing it because Alright, so there we go again. They're getting everybody doubled up here. When did it start? Are you talking about the rain, or are you talking about the race? Because the race itself started at like at like 6:20 or so. So we've been we've been attempting this race for about 2 hours now. I've been live for 4 because I streamed the LCQ before this as well. All right, so here we go. Doubled up, ready to go back racing here. We got Briscoe and SVG on the inside, Hocevar and Suarez on the outside as we get ready to go back racing. Okay, yeah, you just started watching at 8. Yep. So yeah, it's been a minute, and yeah. Oh man, the 5 a.m. shift is definitely starting to wear on me at this point. Here we go. Yeah, Hocevar, Briscoe, Suarez, the top 3. Ryan Preeson being up in this mix as well is going to be interesting. I know he chose the top line. We go ring, 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 green flags out. We are back to racing, and let's see. We got the 77 of Hocevar, the 19 of Briscoe trying his best to keep the 77 in tow here. But, right up against the edge of the racing surface here. Again, the 77 hangs on to that lead, but they keep going door to door multiple times. They're going to bang. They were banging doors there. We got a caution flag flying. Yep, caution flag's out. Yellow, yellow, yellow. It's the 3 car of Austin Dillon. Great. And let's see how long it takes Fox to show us a replay of Austin Dillon and what caused him to spin. All right, here we go. Now we get the replay. Oh, whoever that POV car was just ran him right over. All right, man. It has been just a long, long day. All right. All right, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. All right, there we go. All right, so yeah, we're just chilling out here. They're at a commercial break. We're not missing anything, and we are. That was a very short commercial break. We're back from it already, and we are again 60 laps away from the checkered flag. 60 laps to go. Here we go. Let's see. All right, so here we go. SVG on the front row. Wow, we got Hocevar, Briscoe, Suarez all to the top. SVG going to the front row. Gibbs, Priest behind him. There we go. Yeah, I want because my TV, the TV I use is YouTube TV, so I'm usually a little ways behind. So yeah, here we go. Yeah, here we go. Pace car is off. Field in the hands of Carson Hocevar and Shane Van Gisbergen as they round turn 4, coming onto the main straightaway. Field in the hands of Hocevar. Green, green, green. Green flags out. We are back to racing. And here we go. Hocevar and Hocevar right up against the wall. Nearly lost it. Managed to check up the rest of the field. SVG to the front of the field on a short oval track. Shane Van Gisbergen, your race leader in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. That's awesome. There we go. And let's say Ryan Priest forcing Ty Gibbs right up against the fence. Yep, there we go. And caution flag once again. Who is it? Is it? Let's see. Who's it gonna be? I see the yellow flag is out. Who is it? Oh no! Zillage way up the track. Suarez and Kyle Busch, all three wide there with Zillage. Zillage trying to escape as best he can. And there's the lights going on the track, and it is Chase Elliott going around. Yep. Chase Elliott, what's he dragging? Not seeing anything dragging on my end, at least not yet. Maybe he's run something over in a minute, but. Yeah, well, and that's pretty much what they were looking for when they went to Bowman Gray. Alright, so there we go. Yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. But yeah, let's see what caused oh yeah, no. Elliott just wheel hopped it and spun mid corner. No outside interference there. I mean, this is the problem, Dominic. The one problem with that for the people who watch NASCAR for the crashes are also probably annoyed with are also probably the same folks who are like, oh yeah, race NASCAR is only for the Americans, and well, with SVG leading, might not be having as much fun. There's a piece of tape. There's a piece of tape almost falling from SVG. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Oh yeah, there it is, a big piece of tape. All right, so here we go again. We're still under a caution flag here. Shane Van Gisbergen in the lead. We've got Hocevar, Priest, Gibbs, Briscoe, the rest of the top 5. Zillage down to 6. Suarez 7th, 8th Kyle Busch, 9th Byron, and 10th is Chris Buescher. Again, it has been a very wacky second half. Basically, ever since the rain started, there's been a lot of there's been a lot of just weird stuff happening. Here we go. They're set up like we're gonna see the choose cone this time, and here we go. Lights stay on the pace car, but they go SVG to the top, Priest to the bottom, Hocevar to the top, Gibbs to the bottom, Briscoe to the top. Zilich will round out your, will even it up by going to the inside. Suarez and Byron both going to take the inside, while Buescher, Reddick, and Bell take the outside. So there we go. Again, we are just chilling out here. Hopefully, Alright, so there we go. What lap are we on? Just took a shower. We are currently working lap 143. So we have 57 laps to go. We'll have 57 to go. We're about to go green. Oh, I thought we were about to go green, but it looks like the pace car has stayed on the racetrack for another lap. Oh, no. The pace car did get off, and here we go. Green flags out. We're back to racing. Here we go. SVG versus Ryan Preece at the front of the field. The Connecticut kid versus the guy from New Zealand. This is an interesting battle here. And Ryan Preece going to take the lead as the short track skills there from the... nope, never mind. We got the other Connecticut kid in Joey Logano going and bringing out the caution flag. Denny Hamlin also around with him. Fun. Yep. And let's see, was it Logano? Oh, Logano spun kind of maybe off the nose of the 5, not really sure, and gets tapped by the 9, who gets run over by the 11. Oof. Just watching that onboard, it's like, yep, that is a pretty big hit for Hamlin's suspension, I'm sure. That is a rough one. There we go. Current top 5's career wins. Priest, 0. SVG, 6. Hocevar, Gibbs, Zilich, 0-0-0. So, SVG, the only driver to have a cup win in the top 5. Connor Zilich has 0 points paying cup starts at this point. Only known, well, I guess, yeah, none of the starts last year paid points, but yeah, he's not a complete rookie, I guess. But yeah, we're getting ready for this, hopefully a quick restart here. I say Ryan Preece win. Hey, I'm very much a fan of Ryan Preece. I would be very appreciative of seeing a Ryan Preece win. Not to mention he's from the Northeast, so even better. Connecticut kid. Alright, so here we go. Alright, looks like we're getting ready for the choose cone, which means we should be going back racing here quickly. It's going to be Priest to the top, SVG to the bottom, Hocevar top. We get Gibbs and Zilich going to the bottom. Then Briscoe goes up top, along with Kyle Busch. All right, so here we go. We should hopefully be racing again in a lap or so. But yeah, so yeah, at this rate, between the fact that I have work in the morning, That video is definitely not getting done tonight. But here we go. Man, this race has been very sloppy in the second half, and I totally understand exactly why. But man, sloppy. There we go. Pace car is off. Field in the hands of Ryan Preece and SVG. Here we go. Off turn 4. Green flags out. We are racing here at Bowman Gray Stadium. And they go right up against the fence once again. SVG to the lead. Here comes Ryan Preece on the outside. Can Preece make anything of this? Getting squeezed really narrow. Not going to be able to clear. And gets clear in behind SVG. So, there we go. Now, oh, and Ty Gibbs goes around! Ty Gibbs goes around, and Hocevar tears part of his own fender off at the same time. Caution flag back out once again. SVG, your race leader. And we are really not, we are not doing anything for making progress through this race. Well, as I think we have to go through a few more race cars to get to the level of crash that we had back at in the 2020 race. Because the 2020 race, we had Denny Hamlin, who was a lap down, pushing teammate, his teammate Eric Jones to the win with like 4 cars on track still. But yeah, this is just insane. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Yes, if you work all day, I see. Yeah. Yeah, again, as this YouTube thing, at least at the current moment, is basically just a hobby that I do, but yeah, I go into work at 5 a.m. in the morning, so yeah, it is definitely a long day. The Eric Jones Clash Win diecast was awesome. Yep, that is a fun raced version diecast, especially if you get one that's custom built to actually show like the bent metal and all that. I love the look of that when they also posed in the same style as the Terry Labonte photo when Terry Labonte won. I think it was a Bristol race with a similarly junked race car. All right, so there we go. Getting hopefully we'll see the choose cone this time by, so we can get back racing. But yeah, this we've been making very small amount of progress. All right, so yep, here we go. SVG to the bottom this time. We go Preece and Zilich up top. We got we got Briscoe and Suarez to the bottom, and it's gonna be an interesting one here. We got 55 laps to go. 55 to go. Here we go. Lined up, ready to go racing here. All right, let's see. We're getting ready to go back racing here. And oh, wait, no. Oh, skip around to ads. Don't need the stream trying to send you guys to an ad break right now as we're getting ready to go back racing for the first time in a while. So here we go. Pace cars off. Field in the hands of Ryan Preece and SVG. Green flags out. We're back to racing, and here comes Zilich. Zilich into that top 5. Reddick trying to make that grass line work all the way around the bottom. SVG able to clear Ryan Preece. Preece into second. Clear into second, and here comes Zilich. Zilich going door to door with Briscoe. Briscoe trying to force him to the extreme outside. And it looks like he is going to clear in front of Zilich. Zilich might... Oh, no! Zilich does not clear as the Suarez, the guy he replaced, just drives him up the corner and completely out of the groove he was trying to run. That was a nasty move by Suarez. I mean, totally legal, but man, you shouldn't do that to another guy. Come on. But yep, so 1, 2, 3, you got SVG, Preece, and Briscoe out in front of the field. Oh yeah, a lot of bumping around. Yep, as I say, they've been doing that pretty much all night long, even before the rain showed up. And here we go, the 24 and the 88 now getting into it. Yeah, rubbing doors here. Again, the 88 is Zilich here, trying to do everything he can, but he's just getting used up and abused on this one. Again, SVG just hanging on to a very marginal lead here. All right, there we go. Ooh, we got Kyle Larson slowing way down there. Not sure if there's a problem, but if so, Kyle Larson needs to figure out what it is because he is rolling very slow. All right, so here we go. We crossed 50 laps to go. We got 48 to go now. And again, with Kyle Larson just rolling to a stop here, it looks like we are probably going to see a caution flag come out soon for the car stuck in the grass. All right, so there we go. And yep, there's the caution flag for Kyle Larson having stalled on the grass. So there it is. Caution flag is out. If he got run out of fuel, that is absurd. Out of gas. Yeah, if he ran out of gas, that is insane. Yeah, it was Larson. How do you run out of gas in that situation? How do you run out of gas? All right, so but the question is, if he ran out, how close are the rest of them? Because the only time he's been pacing has been when everybody else was. So if he's out of gas, what about the rest of them? There's another 20 cars out there that could be on the edge of running out of fuel. Are they all coming back to get fuel? I don't know. Because if we have another car run out of gas, that would be insane. I say, yeah, this is just absurd. All right, let's see what. I think the way if they ran out, we'll likely run out as well. If we can do something, I don't know if we can make it. Okay, so Byron's crew chief is unsure if they can make it. Oh yeah, I know. I do kind of understand. It's just one of those things where it's like, okay, if Larson ran out of fuel, everybody else has been in the pits at the exact same time as Larson and should be relatively close to the same amount of fuel. So here we go, doing the choose cone. It's going to be SVG on the inside, Priest to the outside, Briscoe and Suarez in row 2. Byron and Zilich both taking the inside, allowing Bowman to jump up to the outside line. Haven't talked much about Bowman. So there we go. Alright, so yeah, there we go. We're all set up. Getting ready to go back racing here shortly, but again, who all's going to make it in there? Yeah, exactly. Say, if all the Hendrick drivers are in the same boat, we've got a Hendrick driver in 6th, a Hendrick driver in 10th, and a Hendrick driver in 13th. That's 3 more of them that could go wrong. So here we go. Pace cars off. Field in the hands of SVG as we go green flags out. We are back to racing. Ryan Preece with a great restart there on the outside. Oh, up in the fence. Bounced off the fence a little bit there, but as I say, Preece doing everything he can to try and get out ahead of SVG. But he's running with reckless abandon at this point. And I'm not sure it's working out too well, but so far, hey, you can't blame a guy for trying. And that's exactly what Ryan Preece has tried to do, is pretty much anything, anything that is humanly possible. And some of it, I'm not sure is humanly possible. But, yeah, again, right now, just really pushing the car to the edge. Gets clear of Briscoe. Come on, let's see. What's it going to be? Alright, so again, we're working our way through this one. We got past the 50 lap to go mark here. Ryan Preece drives underneath the 97 and just drives up and takes the lead away here. G-Metal's going to get some overtime. Yep, that it is. But Ryan Preece does take the lead over SVG here. SVG hanging on to that second place finish here at the moment. All right, so again, right now I'm worried though, because again, we just saw a car run out of fuel. Most of these cars, you'd imagine, are pretty close to the same. Like, until we get word that maybe Larson was the only one that didn't think to fill up their fuel tank when they were on pit road for the end of season caution, or for the end of the caution there. But yeah, again, we are chilling here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. But again, Suarez making some good moves. He's hanging out. He's hanging right in there. Man. Under 40 laps to go, and they're trying everything they can to try and make some progress here. All over the back bumper of SVG. Briscoe. Did everyone take fuel when they put on rain tires? They should have. You're losing the coverage on Fox? Oh, because they're going to Fox Sports 2. I have Fox Sports 2. It had been on Big Fox. They are going to be switching it over to FS2, Fox 1, and the Fox Sports app. So we are getting bumped to FS2. If you have FS2 or if you have the Fox Sports app where they had qualifying. Yeah. So there we go. And yep, there's Chase. Chase runs out of fuel too. Oh boy. I can't imagine Byron and Bowman are feeling too confident about this. Yep. Did he spin or did he run out of gas? I don't know. Again, I thought everybody took. I thought everybody would have taken fuel during the caution period. Or at the very least, taking fuel when they came back in to put the rain tires back on. Because, like, you paced for a while. You knew that you had just paced for a while. That was probably fairly unnecessary. Alright, so again, we're working our way through this one. 35 laps to go. But yeah, man, it has been a long night. You're blinded now. No FS2 here. Again, if you have the Fox Sports app, same way. Yeah, they still have the rain tires. Yes, they do still have the rain tires on. I'm actually kind of curious as to how long those rain tires are gonna last, because those things are not meant to be all that durable when the track starts to dry out, which for the most part, it looks fairly dry, and it's looked fairly dry for a little while now. But yeah. All right, here we go. Doubled up, ready to go back racing here. Let's see what we're going to get here. Again, Daniel Suarez up into the third position. Second car inside line, door to door with SVG, who he was threatening earlier here. Yeah, again, the track looks dry. Again, you can see some tire tracks in the, like when they were doing the choose cone, you could see a couple of tire tracks on the pavement though, from where it is still a little damp. But again, how damp is it? Yeah, where they all run. So here we go. Green flag's out. We are back to racing. And let's see. Ryan Preece out in front of the field. Briscoe gonna try and hang on to that second spot. Here comes SVG. Oh! SVG gets turned right in front of the field. And he takes his teammate around with him. And that's going to be caution flag flies again. Yep. SVG gets taken out by Briscoe. Spins right in front of the field and clips his teammate at the same time. All right, there we go. Let's see. Yeah, Trackhouse guys crashing. Again, Briscoe just dumped him for seemingly very little reason. SVG took a pretty hard hit there. Again, Connor only got clipped, so maybe Zilich will be able to get back in the fight here. But again, just say a survival of the fittest at this point. Because yeah, this race is getting it's getting long, and we of course we're probably getting a spike. Yep, there it is, spike of viewership as as Fox took it off the network and put it on FS2. And that is why I have FS2, is for instances like this. Because, yeah, none of us want to get the race cut off there. Even Briscoe is done with this race. Yeah. I don't know. If I'm some of these drivers, if you're one of the if you're one of the if you're a Hendrick driver, do you give up your track position to come in and top off on fuel? Because you've run a lot of laps under cautions, and you've seen two of your teammates run out of fuel at this point. Honestly, some of the rain racing hasn't been half bad. It's just the cautions in between that have been really abbreviating, I think would be the correct term. All right, yeah, wow, we got a lot of people popping on in here for the end of the race. Again, 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Again, welcome on in, everybody who does not have the spike of people that we just got who don't have FS2, because the broadcast window ran out. Bowman, the only Hendrick car in the top 10. Is Byron not in the top 10? Byron right there in 5th, I believe. Briscoe's your fave? All right, hey, cool. Your favorite driver just took out SVG. I don't kid, but just know any poking of fun I do. Yeah, any poking of fun I do is meant all in good fun. Yeah. Where I live, there's one broadcast and done. No switching mid race. Yep. An hour north of Daytona. All right. Yep. 200 cars in the top 10. Yep. Forgot about the 24. Yep. All right. Hey, just starting to watch NASCAR. All right. Well, hey, cool. Welcome to the party. As I stream radio style commentary to with these watch alongs. Yeah, pretty much every single Cup race. So yeah. When is you and CeeLo clash happened? Not sure what you're saying there, Taterhead. You're asking when CeeLo and I are gonna do one together. I don't know, but yeah. What do I know? I dated Hendrick's sister. Kind of Blaney, because I know Blaney dated Byron's sister at one point, which is a Hendrick driver, but the two aren't together anymore. All right, 35 laps to go. Come on. We should be able to get through 35 laps in a reasonable amount of time. Should be. Just a cookout crash, yep. Ford, get there. At this rate, can we just declare the pace car the winner? I mean, I'm pretty sure he's led more laps than anybody else. Oh, and they're pulling the cars off the track again. Are they pulling them in to go ahead and... yeah, they're leaving the track to refuel. Everybody's coming into the... They're pulling all the cars off the track to fill them up with gas because because the people were running out. Oh, boy. This is hilarious. All right, so they're going to refuel with 35 laps to go. Do not leave these tanks empty again. This is absurd. Oh, man. So, yeah, they're going to go ahead and refuel these cars, get them filled back up. How do you watch the race? It's on FS2. It's also available on Fox One and the Fox Sports app. So if however you watched, if you watched any of practice and qualifying this morning on the Fox Sports app, I believe through that same method, you should be able to get the race. Or if you have FS2, which I know not every cable is not included in most / every cable. So, yep. But that's the channel it's on. And again, they said it was available on the Fox Sports app too, so you should be able to get it there. But yeah, it is a 35 laps to go. Everybody's come into the thing to allow them to refuel. So there we go. All right, if you have Fox One, then yeah, you should be able to go ahead and watch it over on the Fox Sports app. Then this is just an absurd set of circumstances, though, to the point where we had people running out of fuel during it. Can't find the English version. Okay, weird. Huh? Oh, they are putting on slicks. All right, let's go. Only Spanish. Okay, that seems really weird. I have no idea. I have FS2, so I just flipped on my YouTube TV. I just flipped from one over to the other. It's not the best solution, but if you can get the Spanish version, you just mute that one, listen to my commentary over the same, but you can still see the TV broadcast. Yeah, on on Network Fox. Yeah, Network Fox has Masked Singer, but they did say that it was available on Fox One and the Fox Sports app. So again, I don't know for sure because I haven't gone and tried to find it over there. Were they putting? No, those are groove tires. Okay, so some teams still are leaving the groove tires on there. And say I thought I saw some slicks going on, but maybe I was wrong. Oh, Fox Sports app only worked for 50 seconds. Okay, well, I don't know. I'm just saying what they were telling people to do when they were before they cut the broadcast feed. Yeah, you're watching Fox. Fox One is different. Yeah, I believe Fox One is like their premium subscription within the Fox Sports app. But yeah, well, and that's the thing. The with the wet weather tires, the lettering. While the lettering is definitely white. In some of the lighting, I've noticed that it kind of looks like it has a yellow tint to it. So maybe that was it. Okay, yeah, you gotta have a TV provider. Yep. Yeah, I would imagine you'd need to have a TV provider for, say, I believe you needed a TV provider for the earlier, when, for practicing qualifying earlier, too. Yeah, so I guess anyone who was just watching on network television got bumped, but yeah, I have I use YouTube TV and I have FS2, so that's where I'm watching. So yeah, there we go. Well, again, I don't think the track is entirely dry. Again, when we were watching for the choose cone, I was able to see the tire tracks in the water on the track, so I don't think it's entirely dry yet. Now, again, I wouldn't necessarily put it past a team, maybe an aggressive team like the 77 to try and put slicks on early, but yeah, okay, yeah, I don't have cable. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Well, again, we're here with you to the end, so. Alright, here we go. Give me 1 second, guys. Just. All right, there we go. Yeah, we're just chilling out here. 100 viewers. There we go. We hit 100 viewers thanks to NASCAR bumping the Clash off of Network Fox. But yep, again, 35 laps to go. We say all the teams just came in and refueled, so we shouldn't have anybody running out of gas. Why is the 24 stopped on the track? There we go. All right, so here we go. 35 laps to go. Looks like everybody's rejoining the field. Hopefully we can get this thing back going. Tomorrow you might do a recap. They might do a recap on. Yeah, they usually post the full race in full. Usually either a day or two after the race occurs. So, yeah, for anyone who wants to see it, yeah, who wants to see the actual race footage, might have to wait to then if you don't have cable subscription, but which is unfortunate, but it might be the only option, unfortunately. All right, but yeah, here we go. Hopefully, we'll be getting this one back out here and ready to go racing again soon, please. 35 laps to go. But yeah, as of right now, the as a Ryan Priest, Chase Briscoe, Suarez, I believe. Is that running order correct? Is that I don't know if SCG no, SCG is gonna be further back. Okay, here we go. Looking at it on track. Okay, we got Priest going to the top. Oh, and nope, they're not doing the choose cone because Briscoe just willingly rolled right over the middle of that thing, which his crew chief would be screaming at him to not do that. Like, go to the top or go to the bottom. Your pick, but don't just do nothing. Go. All right, you hate the Spanish version. Fair enough. Yeah, I can understand not appreciating it if you can't understand the word they're saying. All right, so yeah, again, the track is definitely starting to dry out, which again, I would question how long those wet weather tires are going to last in a dry weather condition like that, but we'll have to wait and see here. Let's see. Over an hour for less than 50 laps on a very short track. Yep. Again, we've been we've been here since the start of the LCQ, which it's been now nearly 5 hours. Oh, there we go. All right, we should have choose cone this time. Yep. So there we go. Priest to the top, Briscoe to the bottom. Then it looks like Suarez is the third car in line. So that much looks accurate. SVG definitely isn't there anymore. But yeah, we are again. We're picking up a fair amount of people though. Welcome on in. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. We're gonna have 34 laps to go when we go green, I believe. 30, 35, 34 to go, something like that. And yeah, all the rest of the cars starting to gather back up here, and let's see where we're at. Again, I think the pace car driver should just get the trophy at this rate if we have another caution. But yeah, again, here we go. Let's see. Pace car is off. Field in the hands of Chase Briscoe and Ryan Priest as they round turn 4 onto the main straightaway, and it is Green flag is out. We are racing here at Bowman Gray Stadium. And there goes Ryan Preece to the lead. And he clears by a decent margin here. Yeah, Suarez is going to get to third. And it is side by side between Blaney and Byron for fourth. Byron's going to clear Blaney. And Blaney tries to turn down the track, but the 3 car was there. And that does not allow the 12 car to get down there. And he is now going to be in behind the 3 after he punched the 3 up the track. And now now the 3 is desperately trying to get back in line. After that, man, Blaney and Dylan going to be having some words after this race, I'm sure. But yeah, again, right now, though, Preece out in front of the field, Briscoe to second, Suarez third. Byron gets fourth place there. And then we got the Ryan Blaney debacle in fifth. So there we go. All right, 32 laps to go. Again, this race has been very punctuated, very abbreviated, but ultimately we have we've completed. Yeah, no more cautions. Please, no. We do not need more cautions. 31 laps to go. Let's just click these laps off as quick as humanly possible. Honestly, I would be very happy with Ryan Preece winning. Again, I've said it a couple times, but I'm a big fan of the Connecticut kid. Kind of the closest thing I have to a hometown driver. Favorite NASCAR clash at any track? I don't know. I mean, it would probably be one of the Daytona ones from pre-2018, back when the Clash both felt like it meant something and drivers weren't just using it as a test session. I might go ahead and, if we're talking about a favorite Clash moment, I might go ahead and just say the one where Kyle Busch had that rocket restart where he jumped the field. Or if there's 100 more yellow flags. Please, no. No one wants that. 27 laps to go here. 27 more times around. Byron up to second. William Byron on the charge here. Can William Byron run up here, pass Preece, and take the lead? That'd be impressive. 26 to go. 26 laps remain. All right, so again, right now, as of right now, Byron just trying to catch up to Preece here. Where's Smoke at? I have no idea where Tony Stewart is. Probably in a drag race somewhere at the moment, or testing a NASCAR truck in a simulator or something. Who knows? But yeah, again, here goes Blaney getting up to the back bumper of Briscoe. Blaney just using his bumper first thing, when he gets to people, and it's like, okay, you're really gonna wear out your welcome here if you drive with too much bumper. But no, actually, he made that pass fairly clean. I'll give him credit for that. Man, here comes the crossover move. Not able to get there. Blaney up to third place. Blaney passes Briscoe. Third, putting Briscoe to fourth, and Suarez currently in fifth place. All right, 20 laps to go. 20 more times around. Let's see. Went to the Clash and the Twin 125s a couple of times in Daytona. All right, cool. Checkers or records for Preece. All right, hey. Oh, caution flag. I looked down for a minute to read some chat messages, and the 77 of Hocevar is around with 20 laps to go. Caution flag flies once again. What was the cause of it? Again, I looked down for a minute. Okay. Ooh. All right, he goes and drives into the corner there, and it's a... Yep, it's a Bubba Wallace. There we go. I want to sleep tonight. Yeah, me too. I want to sleep tonight too, but apparently that is not happening because we're doing the 24 hours of Bowman Gray. All right, so there we go. Cause your flag has been there this race. Um, oh, are you asking how many caution flags? We are on our 16th caution. The current caution we are under is caution number 16 on the day. Yeah, we're at 16 caution flags. Is that something I have on the? Yeah, I have it on the overlay. I do have it including caution count. I've messed around with it a couple of times in the past. Sometimes I didn't include the caution count. Sometimes I did, but yeah, no, the caution count's on the overlay. So, yeah, 16 cautions so far. 11 lead changes as well. So it's actually been a fairly competitive race when they've been racing. It's just a matter of they haven't raced a whole lot. There we go. Reese and Byron on the front row, Blaney and Briscoe row 2, Suarez and Bowman row 3. There we go. Yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. How many caution flags have there been this? Okay, is that meant to say race or phase? Because if you're talking phase, if you're talking like after lap 100, I believe we only had 1 or 2 cautions before the thing. First 100 laps was an awesome fight between HMS and JGR. Yep. Yeah. No. Yeah. Tony Stewart wasn't racing. Well, I didn't know what he was doing tonight, but yeah, no, he'll race a week from Friday in the Truck Series race at Daytona. So, all right, here we go. Doubled up, pace cars off, field in the hands of Ryan Preece and Byron. Green flag is out, and Preece jumps out to a great lead there, and he's trying to get gone here. Meanwhile, we've got a bit of a Hendrick versus Penske battle as there goes the 12 of Ryan Blaney getting around the 24 of Byron, and around goes the 5 and another caution. Another caution flag. 17th caution. Did you see the snows coming towards them? Yeah, I actually looked at the weather this morning, and I saw that around midnight there was some snow coming. But I mean, this race should not have been taking till midnight. Oh boy, man, we're not sleeping tonight. No sleep club. What's the longest race you've ever seen? I say, I guess there's a couple of ways to go ahead and talk about that one. Are we talking longest in terms of one that I've watched on TV, or are we talking in person? And are we talking about the duration that they were actually attempting to race for, or do we count stuff like, for example, 2020 Texas, when we were dealing with that rain delay that went from Sunday afternoon straight through to when they started it on Sunday and then delayed the rest of it to late Wednesday night. So now they're bringing all the cars. I think, are they bringing all the cars in to take the rain tires off and put slicks back on? Remember they did one after midnight. Which one was that? Because I know there was there was a Brickyard 400 that had a long rain delay. Yeah, everybody stopped for a minute. Yeah, my guess is that there was a timing in that NASCAR had a timing and scoring issue, and they needed everybody to stop so they could figure out which car was out of position or needed to potentially have the transponder looked at. So they needed to stop them all to figure that one out. But that would be my best guess as to why they stopped for a minute. Yeah, I remember the Michael McDowell Daytona 500 win. I remember that one went past midnight. And I stayed up to watch the whole thing, and I was absolutely stoked to see my boy McDowell get the win. 2015 Coke Zero 400 had the latest race start. Yep. I also remember staying up to watch an IndyCar race at Iowa that was going at like midnight Eastern Standard Time or 12:30. That was a late race to stay up to watch. I remember staying up to watch that one in the camper. Yeah, because my family was out camping and I had an internet signal, so I was watching it on my phone. So that was another long one. I've also done the No Sleep Club watching the Rolex 24 before, but yep. Crazy that sprint car drivers don't have this many cautions. Yep. Coke 600, how long was it? Yeah, the crash that hit the jet blower, that was a late one. Yep, that was another one that extended into Tuesday because the original race had been rained out already from Sunday to Monday. And then the race went past midnight, so it technically finished on a Tuesday when Matt Kenseth won the 2012 Daytona 500. Derby on track by looks of it, yep. How long was the 2021 Coke 600? 2021. I don't remember that one being particularly long. I think it was the Dillon year. I think it was the year that Dillon won the 600. 2017, I think, was a long one. They have to stop it at 12. I don't think there's any rule that they can't continue it past 12 a.m., but it shouldn't get to that point here. Here we go. Ryan Preece, field in the hands of Ryan Preece. Green flag is out. We are racing here again. And here we go. Ryan Preece out in front of the field. We got Byron and Blaney battling it out for second. Guys, do not crash. Come on. Let's keep it clean and green. 18 laps to go. All right, 2022 Coke 600. Okay, I didn't, again, that one's not jogging any particular memories for me, but the 2021 one would have been the year that Kyle Larson dominated it, and I don't remember that race taking too long, but it felt really long because it was dominated by one guy. What if this becomes the longest race ever? It shouldn't, but yeah. Oh yeah. If you're talking race distance, yeah, the 2022 Coke 600 went 13 extra laps. There was a Nashville race that went into like 4 overtimes as well. And that's the only race that I've ever heard of going to 4 overtimes. I believe in NASCAR history, that's the only race I've ever seen go to 4 overtimes. But again, 14 laps to go. We're taking these laps off here one by one by one. And again, as long as we keep this thing clean and green, Preece, Byron, and Blaney fighting it at the front of the field. Oh, the 2024 one? Okay. Where's Ollie Ferguson in the race? Kind of would need to know who Ollie Ferguson is to know about that, but yeah, no. I am kind of curious to know how many laps they will have run in total, yellow and under the yellow flag and under the green flag at this point, just to know, like, okay, if we added all those together, would it beat 1,000 laps. But yeah. The only Canadian on it? Oh, Oliver Behrman. I say that's an F1 driver. I know that. I know Oliver Behrman's an F1 driver, but I say this is not Formula One. I'm about 99% sure that this is not Formula One. So here we go. We got again Priest still out in front. 9 laps to go. We're taking through these laps pretty quick here now. If we can just stay clean and green to the checkers, Priest may legitimately win this one. All right, let's see. 8 laps to go. Again, Byron continuing to try and track down Priest, but Priest is kind of just gone here. Priest has done a good job to just drive away from the field, not let them catch him, because if they catch him, then they could do something stupid and try and wreck him. They shouldn't, but they very well could. All right, so here we go. 7 laps to go. 7 more times around here. Ryan Preece, again, putting on a clinic here. Daniel Suarez having a really impressive day up in the top 5. I feel like he hasn't been involved in much outside of whatever it was that caused him to blow up at SVG on the radio. That one bit. Where's Christopher Bell ended up? 13th. Dang it. All right, so here we go. 4 laps to go. 4 more times around here. Coca-Cola car for Priest. Yep, the Coke car does look really good. I assume that meant is Busch in this, and yeah, Kyle Busch should still be somewhere. Might have DNF'd? Yeah, I'm not seeing his name on the list. Let me see if he just retired the car at some point. He's like 100 miles, right? I have no idea how many laps they end up going in total. But here we go. 2 laps to go. Kyle Busch. Yeah, 19th. So he is on the lead lap here. But here we go. Last lap. Checkered flag in the air. This race is over. Ryan Preece wins the 2026 Clash at Bowman Gray Stadium. Man, that was a long one. Yep. Oh, man, that was a long race. Congratulations to Ryan Preece. There we go. Ryan Preece with an incredible win. Burn it down. Use all that gas you guys filled up with about 5 minutes ago. Burn it all down. Burn the entire stadium down. Get the bulldozer out. I do not want to see this stadium again. Harsh? Maybe. Deserved? Absolutely. But yeah, as I said though, I'll try and record I'm gonna try and record post race kind of thoughts and stuff tomorrow after I get home from work. So don't say if that video does get out tomorrow, it'll be late tomorrow or maybe Friday. But as I said, I'm gonna go to bed because I do have to be up for work in the morning. But hopefully you guys enjoyed. If you guys do enjoy these streams, feel free to let me know by leaving a like, subscribe if you guys are new, so you guys don't miss any future videos or live streams. We got a busy week next week. We got time trials on Wednesday. We've got the duels at Daytona on Thursday. Trucks on Friday with Tony Stewart Racing. Then we got the Xfinity Series and the Cup Series on Saturday and Sunday as well. And there we go. RFK wins for the Biff. Hey, at Daytona next week, I'm gonna be pulling for the number 16 car because I want to see that number 16 Biff tribute going to victory lane. But Hopefully you guys enjoyed. Again, thank you guys for sticking with me through this long race. Hopefully you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you guys next video, live stream, whatever you guys decide to do with the rest of your night. Have a great night, everybody, and goodbye.